All right, everybody, welcome into the Couch Potato Sports Show. It is me, Sonny Clark, the hardest working man in sports radio, as we are here on our Sunday tradition that continues on here. And guys, good to see. Hope everybody is doing well. As we are here, fun night Thursday. Good, bad, and different. As you see back here, Saxy Mustangs took the field on Saturday or that Thursday. Did not get the victory, but we were back in the booth. We had some first half technical difficulties, I guess you could say. And then in the second half, we just rolled with it and everything was good. So I'm really excited about what happened in week number 1. And next week on Friday, it is the Prosper Eagles, as the Saxy Mustangs are going to be right there at Homer B. Johnson Stadium for that one, and we'll be bringing that, and we will be all set and ready to go. We learned a lot in the first half after not being in the booth for 2 years. I think we did pretty good. I give a C because it was so bad because of the microphone, but that second half, if I grade the second half, it was an A. Unfortunately, though, for the Saxy Mustangs, they did not get the victory as they're going to go in and take on Plano, a pretty good football team, and so they're going to get an opportunity to try to get things straight. But it's going to go up against a really good football team, and that being the Prosper Eagles. So watch out for that. That's going to be really interesting to see how that one goes as far as that is concerned. So interesting day, interesting Thursday night here on the Couch Potato Sports Show, and we got more to bring ready the whole season of the Saxy Mustangs. So excited about that, and it will hopefully get better for them out on the football field. I think it will once we hit district. That this is going to be a pretty good season for that football team as they move right into it and get it all squared away. Just received a text. I got, as they say on Love Island, I got a text. So let me see here. All let's see here. All right, so my order is not here, so I gotta keep track. They said it wasn't going to be delivered until later, and it's going to be delivered right away. So hey, it is what it is. It's the second part of the order that they miss and they're bringing to me. So that being said, so we'll take our break when this guy gets here. It says he's about 10 minutes out with my order, so that's really good. We will go to commercial at that time. Let's just make sure. Yeah, we'll go to commercial at that time. I got my commercials all set. When that's time to go, I'll also bring in Cuervo and get you all squared with that one. So I'm excited about that. Okay, now. Back to sports. Sorry about that. So join us Thursday for the pregame show of the Saxy Mustangs taking on the Prosper Eagles. Then we got the Prosper Eagles at Homer B. Johnson Stadium on Friday. So join us for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. And good to be back in the booth. And by the way, I got a lot of people reaching out telling me congratulations on being back in the booth. They're happy that I'm back in the booth. And so that I just want to let people know I was very happy to be back in the booth, and thank you for the well wishes. I very much appreciate it. It is the Couch Potato Sports Show. Guys, lots of things going on. I'm going to put this video up. You know, just this past season in the NFL, we saw a good Super Bowl, okay? And we saw the victory for the LA Rams, and they got their rings, guys. Take a look at it. This is incredible. 20 carats as in the shape of SoFi Stadium. Look at all this. Twist out tap to reveal the details inside. This is crazy. Leather from the game. It's just a replica of the stadium board and everything. It's really kind of good. I think someone's at my door, guys. I gotta check that. I'm gonna go to commercial. I'll be right back. At Wesson General Contracting Incorporated, we're your one-stop shop for all your general contracting needs. We are locally owned and with over 20 years of experience, so roofing, gutters, sidings, fence staining, painting, foundation problems, or roof damage are no problems at all. Give us a call at 214-200-5588. That's 214-200-5588. Wesson General Contractors. The prospect of retirement can be exciting and scary at the same time. At Nest Egg Wealth Advisors, we have found many people either approaching or currently in retirement failed to truly maximize some of the benefits offered to them, primarily Social Security. What is it? How does it work? It's simply not a benefit that you start receiving at age 62. Because these decisions are so important, my firm has assembled an informational packet on Social Security. If you would like a complimentary copy of Social Security Maximization, please give our office a call today at 972-412-6064 or visit us on the web at nesteggadvice.com. At the Jerry Bullet Training Center, we are a motivated team of coaches with the mindset of helping you achieve and reach your highest goals. Having developed and trained over 100 Division I athletes as well as Division II athletes, even professional athletes, the Bullet team definitely has the knowledge and mindset to take you to the next level. Check out our new 22,000 square foot facility and 3,000 square foot weight room, along with 4,500 square feet of outdoor turf and covered training area, along with football and soccer fields. Contact Melvin Bullitt at 214-326-7853 or visit their facility just outside of Waterview at 8900 Princeton Road in Rowlett.
Being taken for a ride? Check out Casso Insurance, serving Texans since 1981. Bundle your home, auto, or business insurance and save a ton. Casso Insurance on the corner of Main Street and Rowlett Road, where we make insurance fun. Or check us out on the web at CassoInsurance.com, where we always have the coffee pot on.
Yeah, but is it fresh?
Okay, guys, I am back. Sorry about that. Someone at the door. I had to answer the door really quick. Yeah, a quick delivery but anyway, hope everybody's doing well. So we are here back on now there's, I don't know, you saw that video. I'm going to put this back up. This was amazing. If you 20 carats, 1.5 carats of round diamonds, twist off cap, interior has leather from the football as well, a replica SoFi Stadium video board, the sides of SoFi on the side. Look at this. This is just really amazing. And the score and all that good stuff that is there. I'm amazed with what you see. That by the way, that's Peter King. As far as that is concerned, he brought that video, and I've never seen anything like that. I've seen rings before, and I've seen, kind of gimmick rings, but man, that's one of the best gimmick rings I ever seen in my life. That all the diamonds and all that good stuff around it, and that's what you get when you win the Super Bowl. You get lots of good stuff like that within the package. That being said, this year's a little different, and guys, we're going to talk about that. The Super Bowl winners, that being the LA Rams, is in today's two-a-day, as we are looking at the AFC and the NFC West. Now, we've covered all of the divisions after today. Next week, we'll revisit all four of the divisions, see if there's any change on what we think or saw as far as the preseason, some big injuries that have happened in preseason games, and see if that has changed our mind. See if we changed our actual picks. And that's gonna and that is huge as far as that's concerned. Where's my prediction? Oh, I got the wrong one out. So I have to pull out the other one. But we'll be watching for that. And will it change any of the predictions? And I was watching the scoreboard. I don't do a lot of watching of preseason games, but I've been watching the scoreboard for week number 1 was the one game, but the last 3 weeks I've been kind of watching the scoreboard. And, guys, I'm not impressed with the Baltimore Ravens. Going how many in a row? I don't care. I mean, I really don't get what all the hype is all about. Going 23-0 or winning 23 preseason games. I don't get the hype at all. And the main reason is that these games don't count. In reality, they're glorified scrimmages. So the fact of the matter is there's only one thing.
Practice. Not a game. We talking about practice.
So we're talking about games that are actually practice that don't mean anything, and they're livening it up over 23-0. Do I care? Does anybody care? I don't think so either. But they're pushing it out like this is a big thing. Now, that being said, with the new regime, we talked about the NFC North, and we picked the Minnesota Vikings. And the Minnesota Vikings in preseason this year did not win. However, we didn't see Kirk Cousins. We didn't even see him in the finale. And I think that's an interesting point, that you don't see Kirk Cousins out on the football field. It says a lot to me. They don't want to run the risk of getting this guy hurt before week number 1. This guy doesn't take too much. It won't take him too much to get going. But he has not hit the field in preseason, and I think it's intentional because as everybody, me and Cuervo anyway, as we looked at the NFC North, we had the Minnesota Vikings winning that division. Good, better, and different. Green Bay Packers, I've already heard from them already. My thinking on Green Bay is really simple. They lost the main guy outside of the main guy. When you lose Adams at the wide receiver position, you got nobody, and they're complaining about balls dropped everywhere else. There's a lot of contention right now in Green Bay. It's not good. It's not a good look. There's a lot of things going on out on the football field. Now, that being said, Aaron Rodgers does really not have a problem, but I think this year, based upon personnel, they might have a problem winning games. Now, the simple fact of the matter is if you watch this show for any length of time, you know that I have a habit sometimes. I was losing. So sometimes I was wrong. So I might be wrong about the Green Bay Packers this year. But I'm still staying with my pick. Because we're not seeing main personnel out in Minnesota. They haven't won a game in the preseason, and I have been keeping track of it, and I've been watching it. In fact, the Rams got beat by the Bengals yesterday. Sometimes the NFL just cracks me up. This should have been a week 1 matchup. The Rams played the Bengals yesterday in a preseason game. So I'm really confused sometimes about the NFL. Sometimes they do some really, really good things. And then sometimes they are a complete mess. And you don't put a marquee game like the Rams and Bengals in preseason. And if you expected anybody to watch it, you're crazy. It's just unbelievable. I saw that they were playing, and I'm like, what? I thought maybe I missed out on what week number 1 was. It is absolutely ludicrous. So take a look at that game. And I just lost. I just had it right in front of me. But that being said, right now, the Giants are taking on the Jets. They're just getting kicked off in that game. Later on today, the Lions are going to be taking on the Steelers this afternoon. But, yeah, the Bengals and Rams played to a 16-7 Bengal win in preseason. I don't know if you can get jacked up in reality over a preseason Super Bowl rematch. I don't know. Anyway, Bears. How about the Bears being undefeated in preseason? They got a 1-point victory over the Chicago Bears. And I'm sure Cuervo is feeling really good about that. But here's one thing about Cuervo. He is not going to overreact to the simple fact of the matter they won some football games. He is not that guy. Because he's still gonna wail on him anyway. Other games yesterday that happened, the Colts took on the Buccaneers, then the Colts got a 27-10 victory. Broncos beat the Vikings. This was one of the things I was talking about by 10, 23-13. The Cardinals take a loss to the Titans, 26-23. The Dolphins get a big win over the Eagles, 48-10. I don't know, good, better, and different how that is. And then the Ravens, they get that 23rd game in a row in preseason over the Commanders, 17-15. And the Jaguars, who are winless in the preseason, they get 28-10. They got doubled up in touchdowns and a field goal. So the Raiders got the victory 23-6 over the Patriots. Saints 27-10 over the Chargers. And the Panthers blank out the Bills. There's news on the Bills. We're going to talk about that when Cuervo gets here. The Cowboys got a 1-point victory over the Seattle Seahawks, and the Texans 17-0 over the 49ers, and the Chiefs go out on top over the Green Bay Packers 17-10. That was last week, and a couple games that are going to be going on and that are live right now. Again, let's calm down. There's Todd Mins. Good to see you. Watch some of the Rams. Yep, none of the starters played. That's fine. Yeah, the NFL, confused me a lot. Why do you have a Super Bowl rematch as a preseason game? I don't get it. It don't make any sense. And even if this game was planned before all this stuff, you got to change that. You're the NFL. You do what you want. Anyway, so that's that's the NFL news. Now, there's some other things that have been popping up all over the place, and there's a lot that Cuervo wants to talk about because I was talking to him a little bit earlier, and he definitely wants to talk about some things. But as I looked around, and I did a lot of looking, and I think, and I could be wrong on this, I think there's a lot of things that are being reported that really should not be. And what I'm talking about is if you take a look at Tua, all right? Tua in the Miami game, his first 3 drives that he played, touchdown, field goal, touchdown. And we're supposed to be enthused about this. These preseason games put a lot of hype on a guy who's already hyped, who had, and by the way, I want to tell you something about Tua. And I called this the day he got that starting job over Ryan Fitzpatrick. And, when the whole thing was about after he went in, sat on this and just looked up. And guys, you're going to find out I'm right about this. And I was right about this. Tua with that picture Miami really looked at him and was hoping that he could overcome the injuries and become a great NFL football player. And then other pictures by one guy going out and pushing this in the media. I'm telling you right now, all the things with him sitting on the middle. Guys, just to let you know, I didn't lose the files. I don't have a lot of the files because I got a lot of files up for high school football that I normally, but you remember that picture of Tua just staring off into space. They got that picture, and they got other pictures that he's the next big thing. And then just the other day before this game, Tua's out 5 hours before the game, working on his game and everything. Cameraman, all those pictures that I've talked about come from one person that evidently is being paid very well by either A, the Miami Dolphins, or B, Tua himself, to try to make this look like, hey, we've got our superstar. Hey, we got our replacement here. It's the new Dan Marino. And there's a video of him, being there 5 hours early, getting ready for the preseason. I could care less. I got to the guys. If they would have let me, I would have got into the stadium 3 hours before the game on Thursday that I called, and I still would have had the same problem. So listen, I'm not buying. Sometimes I buy the first guy in, last guy out. Sometimes I do. But when it comes to Tua, the first guy in is all about PR. So yes, I'm going to say yes. Tua's got to prove it a little bit more to me. And I could be wrong about this. And I've been known to be wrong on this show. Tua may go out and be a great superstar, but I am not seeing it. In fact, I think this guy, Tua, is in a lot of trouble because of the pressure. He read all the things about Tom Brady coming in at that one time. That's now been put to the side. Now there's even more pressure because that probably deal regarding Tom Brady and Sean Payton going over to Miami is probably not going to happen. So all this hype, all this talk has got to be just to try to, and everybody talking about how great he is and how they're going to be in the Super Bowl or in the AFC Championship. No. Now, there's sometimes when you got to pump some guy up, but you don't need to put on a cake. There's always that layer of frosting that's on the top. Me, I just like that little layer. But man, are they putting on 2 and 3 coats of frosting on this? Pushing Tua like he is the next big thing? Maybe he is, but he hasn't proved anything. Normally, when you prove something, you get pushed as the next big thing. But guess what? That don't happen in the case of Tua. So much so, I haven't even heard from the guy that really, really, really liked him on this show, Brian Tarvin. I wonder what I know what he thinks because we actually were talking. He said he sucked during the games, and he was probably wrong. And that's what it is. But the problem with the NFL's preseason, it's a lot of BS. It's a lot of shade and mirror, or what's that? Shade and mirrors thing. They have a habit of trying to push something way beyond what it is instead of doing one thing. So once they get out of the attitude of trying to keep it, over there and trying to keep it real, then we can believe what's out there. Because half the time I'm listening to all these things that are being said in the media, and I'm coming back with,
this is total BS.
And I don't know about you, but I'm getting a little tired of all the nonsense reporting that happens, usually a month before the season starts. And that because there's a lot of things going on out there. There's a lot of reports going on out there. I don't even think they're close to being accurate. Never mind, being accurate. So I think the NFL can improve on that. But then again, it's the media. The media is so much different than it used to be back in the day. You used to get really good reporting, and now you just get fluff pieces from fluff reporters that are acting like they're real reporters. And in the rush to be the first to quote unquote break news, we've even seen one of the big guys fall on his face on that. I mean, say whatever you want when it comes to reporting. A lot of people listen to the guy, I forget his name. And it'll come to me. I'm buffering right now. So his name is Adam Schefter. Schefter's fallen on his face, stepped on his jock more than once in his reporting on the NFL. But some of the reporting that's going on is really, really bad, and it's not even close to being accurate. So, interestingly enough, what's going to end up happening as far as this bad reporting, I think someone's got to get a handle on it. So, but anyway, talking, and there's some news that I'm waiting for Cuervo on, but I saw this out here. And of course, where is it? It is right. Where is it? It's this one right here. I'm going to put this up, even though I'm going to be on the side. I normally have my sides on, but I'm going to put this up right here. Look, I want you to look at these numbers here for Drew Brees. 123 games passing over 300 yards a game. Drew Brees leads this numbers. Look at who's the closest, that Tom Brady at 108. I thought he would be closer than Drew Brees. I knew it was Drew Brees. And look at Peyton Manning, 93. Matt Ryan at 73. Phillip Rivers at 73. He's almost doubled up Aaron Rodgers over his career. Rodgers is 79, 68 for Ben Roethlisberger. Dan Marino, 63 games over 100. Brett Favre, 62. And Matthew Stafford at 56. But interestingly enough, when you look at that stat, when you see that Drew Brees has that many games, guess what? This guy never has won an MVP. And it should be embarrassed that someone has not picked this guy out there to be the MVP at that time. But, when I look at Drew Brees and I look at his career, this guy's a first ballot Hall of Famer dead on. And, I don't know how this guy hasn't won the MVP ever. And another thing, I don't know why he's out at, I think it's NBC he was doing the work for. I thought he was great. And interestingly enough, speaking of great, and when it comes to broadcasting, guys, take a look at this. Mike Tirico. Guys, this right now, in my personal opinion, and I know my opinion don't mean a lot to anybody, but I'm just going to say, right now, Mike Tirico is the best play-by-play guy right now. And as they say in wrestling, he's the best thing going, and he's going to get the Notre Dame gig. That's a hell of a gig for broadcasting. That should be your goal, is to be pretty much the voice of Notre Dame. Even if you do it for a year, that should be your goal. Mike Tirico He's also been on Monday Night. I love listening to this guy. He brings a lot of, excitement, but not doing it like I do it. I go over the top because I've got to sell. Mike Tirico don't have to sell. My calls are over the top because I sell. I sell the home team. I sell me. I sell the Couch Potato Sports Show. But Mike Tirico, he doesn't need that. This guy has got the goods. And this guy, I want to hear him in anything. And by the way, in baseball, he's really good too. And the guy needs a good nickname. That's all I gotta say. And I just might not know the nickname, but the guy needs a nickname. Right now, he's the GOAT of now. He is the GOAT of now behind the mic, right? As far as play-by-play, he's awesome. Other things I saw out there. I want you to take a look at this one. I mean, this is the reason why Matthew Berry is going to be retiring as a fantasy football ranker guy, and for ESPN, he's going to be done with ESPN. Because this guy's got to go. And I understand this is fantasy football, but I'm telling you right now, when it comes to these kind of things and these rankings, Jonathan Taylor is arguably number 3. Christian McCaffrey can't stay healthy to save his life. Austin Eckler, yeah, for fantasy purposes, he catches the ball out of the backfield. But I got news for you. Unless that's a PPR league, Austin Eckler is way down on this list. Derrick Henry only being number 5 is a slap in the face. There's your number 1 fantasy running back. And then if you don't have number 7 on this list at number 2, you're crazy. Then you can put Jonathan Taylor at number 3. And they got wide receivers in here. They got Cooper Kupp as number 4. Number 4 fantasy. This is the reason why this guy's got to go. How many quarterbacks are going to be better and get to your quote unquote rankings? How can you have Cooper Kupp? Yes, MVP of the Super Bowl. Guys, the regular season. Najee Harris at number 9. This guy on a fantasy league, or in a fantasy power ranking, he's not close to 10. This guy needs to be fired instead of him being able to walk away from it. Jamar Chase is about the right place. But when you're talking power rankings and when you're talking guys that can bring you points, it's not Christian McCaffrey there, Mr. Matthew Berry. It's not, he should be embarrassed that he has these rankings out. I don't know. Maybe he just left that he was going to throw a wild hair into everybody's fantasy league and having them all pick wrong for the idiots that want to listen to this guy. I don't know. I can, and guys, I haven't played fantasy football probably like 5 or 6 years. I can rank him better than Matthew Berry. And that guy, well, no, it's not about jealousy. He gets paid to do fantasy. No, it's about common sense. I could do better. I'm sitting here saying right now, Sonny Clark can do better than Matthew Berry at picking the top 10 fantasy guys. So watch out, Matthew Berry. That's one of the things that are interesting. Today, looking at the NFC West and AFC West, and interestingly enough, if you had to rank the AFC West quarterback, how would you rank them? Because after number 1, I think you're going to get so many there. And some people who think that I think who's number 1 is probably not the one. But Patrick Mahomes is the number one, then you can argue all day long who's number two. And I think it's easy by going to a new football team that, could change people's perspective, how he's going to fit in Denver. I'm talking about Wilson. How's he going to fit in there? Will he just kind of move into it and get it? I'm going to tell you right now, I think that Russell Wilson is going to be a surprise quarterback this year. I think this guy's got the goods. I think he's always had the goods. I think he found out something that other people didn't know about, that are maybe trying to figure out. And really, when we were reporting it, I would have said something different. Well, let's see what Todd Smith said. Mahomes, Herbert, Wilson, and Carr. Russ third due to accomplishments of Herbert. What does he accomplish? 2 years, yes. Has he taken this football team to the playoffs? No. And Russ's age, listen, age is just number. Just ask Tom Brady. Now, I'm not saying Tom Brady. I'm just saying the guy's got the goods. And here's another thing. Yes, he's accomplished a lot. Okay? So I'll put Justin Herbert at third. I was thinking about putting him last, but the simple thing about it is that his accomplishments in 2 years he gets credit for. Russell Wilson, on one hand, won a Super Bowl, been in a Super Bowl. Derek Carr, not. That's the reason why I got him there. We can talk all day long about Herbert, and we are actually today. When Cuervo, I might have to call Cuervo. You know what? Got the trusty old phone. I'm actually going to call Cuervo instead of texting him, and I'm going to tell him he's on air, and I'm going to bring the speaker up and find out if he's getting his high and tight done, or because we got some work at Cuervo. Here it is. Call speaker. Let's get Cuervo in here. Listen. This is going to go to voicemail. Answer the phone. Answer the phone. Answer the phone.
Please leave your message
Oh.
for 2
Hey, it worked. It worked. Holy smoke. All right. Cuervo didn't know. Well, no, he does know I called. And he is in the green room just as I was calling. He must have heard the ringing.
You didn't know? Your ass better call somebody.
In case you didn't know. Oh man, hold on, Cuervo. I got to get this off and bring you in. Hit that button. I'm doing all. There he is. You got a telephone call a couple seconds ago.
I did. I was in the restaurant. Sonny, it's been a long morning already.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I saw the pictures. I understand. I know you had a few adult beverages last night, I think.
Just a few.
Just a few?
Just a few.
Yeah. I saw the pictures. Looked like you're having one hell of a time. And actually, I was sitting there thinking to myself, I hope I get the opportunity to razz him a little bit because of the adult beverages. And besides being maybe baby hungover, what's going on?
Go easy on them, Sonny.
There she is. Oh, she woke up.
He's
Did
trying
you
to
wake up?
up.
Wait. Now, did you wake up early and get ready to look this good in the morning here?
Oh, this is how I naturally wake up.
Is that? Well, hold on. I'm gonna bring her right here and there. I get you a full picture where she don't have to lean in.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, but you're
Go
looking
easy on
nice.
him.
Hey, you
Thank
going
you.
to work or are you hanging out with us and talking about your Denver Broncos?
I will be coming on maybe later.
Maybe later.
A few minutes.
All right, so we're gonna do. Then that tells me we're doing NFC West first. Then correct, Cuervo?
Yeah, we'll do NFC first, Sonny.
You will do NFC first, and then we'll bring in the expert for the Broncos right there. And you didn't have to get up too early. See, my wife, when she went to get her driver's license, she spent about $110 to do her hair and her face and everything, and to go get the picture.
That's
so
how you do it.
yeah, that's it.
I'll see you guys later.
So I'll see you in a few when we talk the Broncos in the second part of the show. That's funny. That's nice to see her. And maybe everybody's so happy you're still kind of hung, still feeling a little buzzed a little bit. You get
Sonny, why are you turning upside down right now?
I don't know. I'm just having some. Maybe.
Oh,
it's the
that's
alkaline.
just me. That's just me.
Yeah, it's just you. Yeah. I thought it was my alkaline water. Okay. So, First of all, good morning. And second of all, by the way, I just want to get back to this comment. We were talking about, when you came on, you saw the rankings. So I ranked them Patrick Mahomes. I ranked Russell Wilson second, then Justin Herbert, and then Derek Carr. And this was right here. Of course, he had him on the verge of the playoffs. Was he in the playoffs? And maybe I missed it. Does on the verge mean that they were in the playoffs? No, I'm not wrong on that one. No. So what? You know what? You want to know something? You want to know who was competitive? Tyrod Taylor was competitive. So yeah, I'm not buying into Justin Herbert. I'm buying into his potential right now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And until the guy gets the opportunity, to go out there, the NFL is still about one thing, right? And okay, and he hasn't done anything in reality. Now the potential is there for him to be great, not good, to be great. But right now, and he's shown that he is good. So right now, I'm not going to take him off him being good until he's able to take that next step to become great. I don't know what you think.
This season is going to tell me a lot when it comes to the Chargers, and it's not even about Justin Herbert, because here's a conclusion I'm going to come to. If Herbert has a great season and the Chargers miss the playoffs again, that tells me that they're going down the same path that they did when they had Phillip Rivers.
There's no question.
And so it's not a quarterback problem, because Rivers, same thing, put up big numbers, hit or miss on the playoffs, couldn't get to the Super Bowl. It's not a quarterback problem that the Chargers have. It is an organizational problem.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And partially defensively. And I'm going to say the partial part of that is because they were in some games that they probably should have won. If you go back a few years ago and looking when it was Phillip Rivers, this guy would win a game, lose a game, win a game, lose a game, win a game, lose a game. And it was pretty embarrassing. In fact, of the matter is, and then they missed the playoffs doing this hit and miss thing. So that being said, the thing here is, and I want to put this one. Tyrod Taylor. How could you? Here's my thing. I don't know how you don't like Tyrod Taylor. Like him. Now he's not a great quarterback. I don't want to like boost Tyrod Taylor up to the lead or anything. I don't even know if I want to push him up to good right now. But look what he did for the Buffalo Bills. Okay, and then what Buffalo did is it totally disrespected him, threw him to the wolves, said, "You've got to go," and that's sad. But then you got Josh Allen going in and doing what he is doing, and taking over that football team.
Yep.
So interestingly enough, and then Tyrod Taylor bounces around and then damn near gets killed. By the way, I read up a little bit more on that Tyrod Taylor thing, and they said that he could have actually died. And I'm like, what? I knew he got it was right here is where this thing happened. And I knew he got hit there.
Mm-hmm.
But they said just a few more inches the other way, we wouldn't be talking about Tyrod Taylor playing the NFL, never mind being alive. So, so I don't know how you cannot like Tyrod Taylor per se as a person. He's kind of a good guy. I don't know, Todd. I think someone's got some probably bad feelings. They might have beat his team or something at one point.
Right. That's normally what it comes down to.
But it's something
we don't
like that.
Certain guys because we know him as a person. We just don't like.
Like
beat our team. Like I can't stand Aaron Rodgers. Never met him a day in my life. I can't stand him because he's the owner of the Bears, so that's cool.
There you go. Yeah, the new owner. He's just a stockholder.
Yeah, but the fact that he beats up on him all the time.
Yeah,
that's what I don't like.
And he owns them. So there you go.
He owns them.
Yeah. All right. Now I'm glad you're here. We're gonna talk. I didn't get time to do the graphic. Okay. But we're gonna talk about. I've done graphics, but I just didn't get time to do it. But I want to touch a little bit, and then we'll get into the NFC West. The deal with Deshaun Watson. Okay. I want you to think about all this stuff that's going on regarding Deshaun Watson. And this is, and I want to ring this around. The news out of Buffalo is that they released their kicker, or the punter is actually what it is. Yeah. It's the punter. So they released the punter because back in college, he was supposedly raped a girl in a gang rape situation.
Mm-hmm.
So interestingly enough, I find this. There's a lot of avenues to this article and this situation that really kind of compares to the Deshaun Watson situation, except one level, and I'll talk about that. But Deshaun Watson had 27 women come up at her or at him. On this side, there are many, I think they said 8 or 9. I can't remember the exact number. It was gang raped by 8 or 9. And the kicker from the Buffalo Bills was one of them. So I found the story interesting, and I read a partial of the article, and I grabbed the wrong notebook, so I'm going to do this by brain and say because my other notebook's over there in the other room. This whole thing comes down to now there is a push for a civil case against the actual college.
Are you calling me Sonny?
Yes, I pushed the button.
Hello
Not
there,
anymore.
Oh, never mind. I answered.
But. So what has happened is that the lawyer for the young lady is putting pressure on the DA to do something about this. Unlike over in Houston, where they had 26 women go up against Deshaun Watson, couldn't get enough quote unquote evidence or credible evidence or get any good testimonial evidence against one Deshaun Watson. Other side, throw this kid in college. There's a gang rape going on, and she's coming out and saying, here's the DA dropping the ball over here. That's what happened over in Houston. They dropped the freaking ball on this. Now, and I stand by what I said. 1/3 of this whole situation with Deshaun Watson are on the women, because if number one, when the first woman this was going on, she, whoa, wait, I'm calling the cops. And if the second one, whoa, wait, I'm going to call the third one, whoa, wait, If they did that immediately, we wouldn't hear about 30 others or 27 others.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Now we got a situation where a woman was obviously gang raped. Okay, there's the bruising around the neck where they're holding her down and choking her and everything else. Now this guy's a part of it. Now the Buffalo Bills, what do they do in response to this? Okay, they held off for a little bit, and yesterday they released the kicker. So I want to throw a little curveball on you here, Cuervo. If that was Josh Allen that did that in college, would they be releasing Josh Allen?
You know, Sonny, this is why you and I have been doing this for so long, because as you said that, I was thinking the exact same thing. If this was Josh Allen, if this was Stephon Diggs, if this was Tre'Davious White, their best corner on the team, if this was
who's the defensive dude that went over there from Buffalo?
Oh, Von Miller.
Or Von, yeah, not Buffalo, but Denver. Von Miller
went to Buffalo, for the Rams.
So it's Matt Azara. I don't know how to say it.
Azara.
All right. So now the lawyers are definitely putting the heat on San Diego. By the way, it was San Diego State. Okay, he came to me. San Diego State, and they say so. I find this interesting, though. Bad part on the lawyer side. Okay, naming one. Out of all the people on there on that football team, only one's in the NFL. That's the only one she calls out. So I got a little problem with that, but I get the idea. I get the strategy, and that's to get the DAs off of their behind and get to stepping and getting this done. So I find this very illicit, but I was sitting here going, if that was Josh Allen, he wouldn't have got cut from the football team. And so there's a bad thing right here in reality of where you are as far as the pecking order in the NFL. If you're the, by the way, when you're a kicker, you're the lowest of low. So getting rid of the kicker, they can pick one up tomorrow and probably get about at least 80% of whatever he was doing, if not better. So you're not losing anything with the kicker. So this is a bad thing. But instead, this is interesting. They're trying to put pressure on but there's a lot of people hollering right now, Cuervo, that they want the NFL to do something to this kid. And I'm like, wait a second. No, the NFL don't have to do anything right now. They need to get the authorities to do something right now so the NFL can do something about it. And right now, that's not happening.
Well, I might surprise you with what I would say to that.
Okay.
And you may disagree, Sonny. You very well may disagree. And it's not because I'm taking the kid's side.
Mm-hmm.
Why does the NFL have to do anything about it? This happened during his college days. Okay.
Yes.
So if it didn't come up when he was in college and the NCAA did nothing about it, then you know what? That was their choice. If the NCAA knew about it or if the university knew about it and decided to not do anything about it, that was their decision to sweep it under the rug.
That's what happened.
And so, for Buffalo to release, he's a punter. Okay, I get it. You can pick one up. It might be my next door neighbor that becomes the new Buffalo Bills punter. Who knows? But he's easy to replace. Is my point. That's Absolutely. Why this situation got handled the way it did, because punters are replaceable. Pro Bowl quarterbacks, not replaceable. Well, they are, but you're not going to get the same caliber guy than you would in a Josh Allen.
Josh Allen arguably is the fifth best quarterback in the NFL right now.
Arguably, sure. I mean, it's an argument you can make.
You can't replace the fifth best quarterback in the NFL with
just a top five. No, absolutely not.
Yeah, Tyrod Taylor, Geno Smith, Drew Lock.
Congrats to Geno, by the way. I'm sure it was a tough competition for him.
I bet it was.
Yeah, but it's funny you bring up Deshaun Watson because, that's the other thing too. It's like the difference between how they handled his case and how they handled this punter's case is
By the way,
because of what,
just really quick, let me interject. The NFL hasn't handled anything regarding this young kid.
True.
And so the only thing that has been handled is the Buffalo Bills don't want the PR mess just to get rid of him, and that's kind of the way they're doing it. So there's nothing as far as the NFL is concerned. Maybe they'll do something later on about it. I don't know.
I don't think they need to.
I don't think they need to either. Because you're right. This happened back in college. And by the way, this is also, I'm not sure how long this and this is going back to my problem with it. Now, I understand the wheels of justice do not move very fast. Hell, all you got to do is look at a lot of things that are going on in the world today and realize, geez, what is going on? Why is this taking so long? But this was back in his college. I don't know if he's a rookie kicker or a 2 year. Now we're back to someone's dragging their feet, whether it's the authorities, the girl, at least everything I've read, the girl jumped on this immediately. So you got to give this girl some credit and some props compared to some of the other ones that are coming out of the woodwork regarding Deshaun Watson, months and months and maybe even a few 2 years back. This girl jumped on this immediately. And why is the wheels of justice and obviously San Diego, not getting the wheels of justice? Because and I hope I am wrong, but I bet you a dime that this is being investigated by the college police and not the actual police of San Diego, which in turn, who's paying those salaries over there as far as the police force in San Diego State, which is the university, which of course that goes back to the brushing it and putting it underneath the rug there, Cuervo. They knew exactly what was going on, and they hid this because this is the first time I've heard of this incident. How about you? You haven't heard of this, have you?
Just
first I heard of it yesterday.
Yeah, like a couple days ago is when I first heard about it.
Yep.
I want to say, oh, okay.
What you looking at?
No, you're right. He had just got drafted this year. I thought he had played last year too, but
I thought he did too. And that's where my mistake was coming from. So he's actually a rookie. Yeah.
So,
and so she jumped on this immediately.
Yeah.
Everybody's dragging their feet. And this, I'm telling you right now, women are going to have a revolt against sports here real soon. Okay. Whether it's Deshaun Watson or this young lady gang raped at a college. Now, I'm just going to say it. I'm surprised we don't hear more about this kind of things going on the college levels. I am. I'm shocked that we don't hear this a lot. And we don't hear this a lot, which is, knock on wood, very good. But it just tells me that even especially on the college level, about how things are swept underneath the rug with the college police and things of that sort. And sometimes the regular police don't want to step on their toes for what reason, I don't know. Well, I do know. You want to let those guys handle things that are happening on the university so they can control spin it the way they want to, because the PR is more on a college than it is on a police department. So that's where that all comes from. But, I'm telling you right now, there's going to be a revolt by women here soon. If DAs and people who are in charge of getting this stuff taken care of don't start doing their jobs a little bit better, because obviously somebody's dropping the ball somewhere.
Yeah.
Purposefully, or even if they're just, incompetent to do the job.
No, I think it's purposefully. I don't think they're incompetent. I mean, to get to that position as a DA, you got to know something. You would think. Yeah, you got to at least know a little bit about your job, right? I just think it's more negligence than it is anything else. Turning a blind eye, whatever cliche phrase you want to use.
Sad.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, it's the harsh reality, but he's a rookie punter, 6th-round pick, cost some pennies to release him.
And here's the thing, no one cares. And I feel bad for the kid, actually, especially if he's innocent.
Well, that's my I guess that's my thing, with the Bills. It's did you have the opportunity to examine all the evidence? Did they see everything, all the whatever, or did they just go out of emotion because of the Watson situation? And like you said, they didn't want to deal with the PR
It's a nightmare
part of it, and they're just like, it's better to just let him go. So what was it really about? Did they actually see the proof that he was a part of it, or that he did it, or whatever? Or was it just, oh, great, this just came out, I don't want to answer these questions, I don't want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
We're sorry, dude, we're gonna let you go.
Yeah,
we're gonna let you go, and that's the end of it.
It's a bad thing, and not only that, it tarnishes his name. So I see both sides of this whole thing, and believe me, we're going to hear more about this here in the weeks to come. And
I'm sure something else may come out about it.
And if it does, I'm going to tell you right now, if the Buffalo Bills do not do the right thing by re-signing a contract with this kid, if it comes out that he had nothing to do with this, the Buffalo Bills will really have egg on their face by not doing it. And then it's going to be just a matter when he's going to get cut anyway, because the first to go and the first to get cut are the kickers. So, so hopefully if this does go, we'll see a Buffalo Bills do the right thing and bring him back. Obviously, that means they're going to have to cut the guy they ended up getting, but still at the same time, that's got to be an obligation. That's got to be number one if it comes out there. But you know what? Yeah. I don't trust an NFL team to do the right thing when it comes to morals or whatever or if that's just the right thing to do. I don't trust the NFL football teams to do that.
Yeah, I don't necessarily trust it either. But here's my question: is like, even if he was innocent and turns out that he didn't really play a part in it, or however you want to phrase it, would you want to go back to the Buffalo Bills if you're this kid?
I don't think so, but at the same time, Buffalo has to save face to do the quote unquote right thing. I agree with you. I probably wouldn't. And I don't know. I'm sure he'll get job offers if it comes out that he is because right now this guy is guilty until he's he's guilty until proven innocent in reality. Mm-hmm. So right now everything is on the different, and it's all about PR. It's all about bad things. It's not like this guy. And listen, I don't want to bring the. It's not like he was drinking and driving, and just blew over a little over the 0.8 that's done. Okay, this is a major thing. This is something big, and if he is actually found to be innocent, this guy's got a great, and I'll say it again, a great lawsuit to go up against the Buffalo Bills. And frankly, it won't see the light of day because Buffalo will throw him a couple $1 million and be done with it. And because that's what the NFL does. And that's the second part of this whole thing that I wanted to talk about. Whenever something like this happens, we never see the end result because all they're doing is throwing their billions around, and they do it really well, keeps it out there. And then the confidentiality comes into play and no one gets the end of the story. Sort of like I'd love to know what that money was for Colin Kaepernick, but it's under seal. And that's what all these other ones will come back, and, so it'll be real interesting to see what happens on this case. It'll be really interesting. Now, if he was part of that gang rape, I hope they throw the book at him, put him underneath the prison, and I'll be the first to call for it. But right now, innocent until proven guilty. That's the way the motto has always been. But when it comes, if you're an NFL football player, no, you're guilty until you can figure out a way to prove yourself innocent, and by that time, it might be too late.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that what does that really say about how the NFL does business? when it comes to these things, where you are guilty until you're proven innocent. Like I would, you would think like teams would be more not supportive, but hey, you know what? We're not going to come to any conclusions until we know more. We see the evidence, or we know for sure whether he's proven, guilty, innocent, whatever the case may be.
Don't matter to them. The NFL and NFL football teams, they have no empathy for what they have done. They just put out a little memo and say we're sorry in their own fancy words, and that's it. And nothing ends up happening. And I don't know how many thousands of times we've seen that from the NFL. And they just wash their hands and they don't care because they fall back up on the wording of the contract. Sometimes you got to take it a little bit further than the contract. That's why lawsuits get filed in reality. They're going to play by this and they're going to say, well, the contract says we can let you go at any time. But this one right here is a pinpoint straight on an incident that maybe if he was innocent and they found out he was innocent, man, the guy's going to have millions of bucks. I don't know if the millions is going to satisfy it without him being an NFL player, because that's probably his dream for his whole life. But I guess it's the next best thing is having the money, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of like almost could you compare it to like wrongful termination?
Yes.
With a job, like just like
absolutely. And that's probably what they would put it under, wrongful, quashing of the contract. So they'd have to do something, to show within the contract that it was not that it was malicious. What they're doing is covering their ass is what they're doing. So that's not necessarily malicious. It's smart business, but sometimes smart business will come back and bite you in the ass. And I think that's what could happen here, especially if he was found innocent and had nothing to do with it. So here's the thing. Now, the last thing on this is he come out and he said, we'll find out the truth soon. So I want to know and that's coming from the accused. Okay. I want to know how long that is, because everything's been drawn out, so long. The wheels of justice do not turn fast. They're stuck in first gear when it comes to anything. So, he's like crazy. So if that comes out soon, I'm more apt to believe the young man when it comes out soon, instead of taking a month or two to write some fancy, statement that this is what happened. And so I would love to hear his own words more so than reading off a statement. I got too many visions of Ryan Leaf just throwing off his apology to the side and going, yeah, I got it. I understand. I get it. And whenever I see someone read an apology, it just makes me cringe. But hey, you want to know what? We're living in a new world today, Cuervo. And then we're going to hop into the NFC West.
Okay.
Somebody got their Super Bowl rings. And I'm talking about the Rams. Look at this. Of diamonds. That has got to be the most incredible thing I've ever seen as far as jewelry is ever concerned. And I've seen pretty rings for women and wedding bands and all the diamonds and stuff. That has got to be the prettiest thing I think I've ever seen. It definitely for sports, but it might just be the prettiest thing I've ever seen.
That was nice. I was blown away when he goes to turn the top of the ring.
Yes.
And then you got the stadium inside the ring.
Yeah. The top was the top is impressive. The top is impressive all by itself there, Cuervo, and then he turned. So when I first was watching this, and then they turned this thing on, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was unbelievable. That is the prettiest thing I think I've ever seen when it comes to sports rings and things like that. So,
yeah, very, very creative. That's
very, very pretty.
That's a creative thing right there.
All right. Now, that being said, that's the name of this show. Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to have you rank. Well, no. I was going to have you rank the quarterbacks, but I don't want to blow your rankings. So I was going to have you rank the NFC quarterbacks in order, like the AFC side. Give me 2 seconds. I got to move to the side. And he's back. All right. I got I had the wrong notebook, of course. So I had to get the right notebook that has the going things that we are talking about here. And and so it's the last division, and we're going to go to NFC. I'm so busy I couldn't do the graphics, so everybody just needs to bear with that part of it for me. But
they'll be fine.
The NFC West was probably the hardest one to do. I mean, I think it was because hold on. A couple of weeks it was the hardest one. And then all this changing that's going on with quarterback position in San Francisco. Kyler Murray, that was up in the air. Now he's happy. So that's huge. Seattle, where they're at, so I'm going to start in the West, in the NFC, start with the team that I think ends up like, and this is a bad thing. This is a football team that's up for sale. This has a coach that's just riding the storm out until they say no more. And I think Pete Carroll and the Seattle Seahawks this is going to be bad. I mean, either Pete Carroll is trying to feed everybody a bunch of BS, or this guy is senile because he says we got 2 number 1 quarterbacks on this football team. He said that as of 3 days ago. So Seattle, they had some good cogs. But, guess what? The cogs don't work without the main piece, and that obviously is Russell Wilson. That whole thing was held together for the last 3 years because of Russell Wilson. Years before that, it was defense with the addition of Russell Wilson. Then they changed the identity of that team to Russell Wilson, then the defense after they got rid of the League of Bungholes. And so we're seeing a total 180 yet again. Defense to offense, now offense to what the hell is this? And that's the only thing you can say about right now in reality, Cuervo, is what the hell is this?
Well, yeah, it's a great question. I'm sure every Seahawk fan wants to know the answer to that. And honestly, this is, another example of a team that's in a rebuild. And that's the cuss word we don't want to talk about when it comes to teams, but that's what it is. That's what the Seahawks are right now.
Yes,
they're a team that is in rebuild mode, especially when you not only do you let Russell Wilson get traded off, you cut Bobby Wagner.
Yeah.
You let who was it that left? It was one of their coordinators. That I think their defensive coordinator is gone now. So, I think the only thing you can really talk about when it comes to the Seahawks, Sonny, their shining stars on the team are at safety.
Yes.
The best players.
And DK Metcalf.
Yeah, DK Metcalf is good too. But God, Geno Smith is your starter. Goodness.
Yeah. Some people would say either the Seahawks are a lot smarter than the NFL fans per se, but man, the fans, I don't even think the fans are falling for this. I mean, a lot of times when Pete Carroll spoke, those fans listened, right? All right. So now He's talking about Geno Smith and Drew Lock both being number one quarterbacks in the NFL. We got two number ones. Well, that statement always follows. If you got two starting quarterbacks, you don't have one. And guess what? That's what's going on up there in Seattle. So they're looking for another year of not just struggling. They're going to pull out the shovel and start digging. And because this year, I think, is even going to be worse than last year because they didn't have Russell Wilson, but Russell Wilson was hurt. So, that kind of started it. Now the team is up for sale. Now what did I say about 3 months ago, Cuervo? I said Pete Carroll's heart is not in this. And I think it's definitely either that or is he just a straight out liar? One of the two. So, and then they lose Carson because he retired because of some hint. Noah Fant was nice to add, but at the same time, he's not, the guy that's going to bring the team together. So with the Legion of Boom, if that's what you want to call them, I call them the Legion of Bungholes. This is huge. And you said it best, Cuervo. Well, key losses on this football team, Russell Wilson, Alex Collins, the running back who filled in, Adrian Peterson, although he's hanging around, that's still a name you could have lived with and had on your team. Gerald Evans, Bobby Wagner, Chris Carson. How about Carlos Dunlap as well? That's a loss big time. I don't care what anybody says. And then Michiki, I think that's a loss. But the only players that you get is Noah Fant, Drew Lock, Shelby Harris, really? And now, I got mad for one of their pickups is because I know him personally, Marquise Goodwin. All right, so I got some mad love there. I'm glad he's got an NFL job. He's not with your Bears anymore. So and Quandre Diggs is that on, and Artie Burns, and then another linebacker. So too much of a loss, not getting anything back, just spells disaster for this football team. And I don't know what the odds are for them to make the Super Bowl or anything. But Cuervo, you want to talk about a brutal schedule when you're as bad as they are? Broncos, 49ers, Atlanta Falcons. You get a break, I guess, with the Detroit Lions, but they just might lose that damn game. New Orleans, Arizona. Then the Rams, and then maybe a little reprieve with the Giants. I don't know. Cardinals, Tampa Bay, Raiders, Rams again, Panthers, maybe a little reprieve. I don't know. San Francisco, and then Kansas City in December, and then the Jets and Rams. I mean, this schedule is brutal. They're gonna win. I don't know what the over-under is, but if it's more than 3, someone's definitely crazy. I don't see him win more than 3 games than that. That schedule is crazy.
Yeah, I would say 4, maybe 4 wins for the Seahawks. 5 if you're lucky.
Drew Lucky?
Yeah. Yeah, Drew Lock, boy.
Drew Lucky.
I mean, he couldn't even beat out Geno Smith. Man, that's crazy.
But
they do have, as Todd mentioned, they do have good wide receivers. They got DK.
Yeah, but you got to be able to get it to him, right?
Yeah, nobody to throw him to. Exactly.
So, I'm sorry, Todd. I was looking at a couple other things, but, that was there on this. I hit the wrong button right here. Yep. So,
I mean, Rashard Penny's good. It's just, he's in, like, health-wise, he's hit or miss.
Right.
So that's what you get with him. But defensively, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I like Diggs. I love Jamal Adams. I keep hearing the name Marquise Blair. Sounds like he might be a good player.
No, Blair is good. I think he's good. The problem is that the deficiencies at other positions that make this really bad.
Yes. Well, and the most important one at quarterback. That completely changes the whole team. Right. So, yeah.
I'm telling you, Cuervo, this might be the worst team in the NFL. And listen, remember, we're still talking about the Jets, playing, so they're really bad, and Cleveland, how bad will they be, until week 11?
Houston.
It's just like there's going to be some bad. This is going to be a hard watch, and this is the reason why you have Red Zone, so you don't have to sit and watch all this all the time.
Yeah, it's this is going to be the first year that Seahawk fans are like, holy crap, we suck again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
absolutely.
Back to the 90s, almost like back to the 90s for them.
Before Russell Wilson. I mean, even at that point when they got Russell Wilson, they didn't necessarily know what they were going to end up getting. But man, fans are going to be, the 12th man or the 12th man are going to be out.
This is total BS.
And it's not going to matter. It's just like it's going to be a hard watch this year. Too much loss, not back in. By the way, their draft wasn't all that great either. So, it just all depends on what you as a fan will go ahead and put yourself through to say, hey, this team, the Texans are going to listen. I think the Texans right now could beat them, and the Texans suck. So that was the other team I was reaching on how bad they were. But I think Todd thinks the same thing. They're gonna probably win more games than they are. So I'm really interested to see what Seattle will do. How bad it will be. I hope they surprise us, but I'm telling you right now, Pete Carroll is not sold in on this football team anymore. He's not sold in on being a coach. He's there to collect the check until the new regime comes in and fires him. That team's up for sale. I don't know how long it's going to take for it to sell, but that team's up for sale, and that spells disaster for it. A guy like Pete Carroll, because the new regime is going to come in and strip him of any power that he ever had. So,
right,
it's not going to be good for him. So,
he'll probably be out at that point.
I have the Seattle Seahawks in last in this division. Cuervo, where do you have Seattle landing?
Oh, I mean, I think that one's pretty easy, Sonny.
Got it.
They're in last as well for me.
So that leads us to this next spot, and I can't tell you how many times I moved in and out of it, trying to figure out which one I'm going to say is going to win this one. But when they actually went ahead and made the turn and decided that they were going to start Trey Lance at the quarterback position, I'm not going to buy on a guy that we've hardly seen in the NFL. I'm not buying on, I don't know how much you read, but I've heard person talking about him going from a guy that's hardly played in the NFL straight to the MVP. I mean, this goes back into how much hype everybody's believing about their own teams and stuff like that. Yeah, I read that. You look it up. You'll be surprised how many people are talking about, oh, he could be a candidate for MVP and all this crap. How the hell are they? Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's crazy.
That's what I thought. I was sitting here thinking to myself, you should not be allowed to say something that's stupid, because then I had this guy. I know. I mean, how someone would ever say something like that is crazy. And then I just like, but they're out there. They're out there, and I'll send them to you. But San Francisco's defense is going to have to hold the team together again. Say whatever you want. And I love Jimmy G. I mean, but this guy can manage the offense. You take out that last game. You just throw that whole thing away. I mean, they're literally 5 plays probably away from making it to the Super Bowl again. If you really look at that game, they're about 5 plays away from being there again. And yet Jimmy G's not good enough. So they bring in a guy that has no very little NFL experience, and they're expecting the world from him. We're also talking about a team that's got to change the whole atmosphere and the dynamic of the offense because of his lack of experience. This guy's going to run. He's going to run before he throws. And with Jimmy G, you at least got the opposite of that. He was going to try to throw before he tried to run, which he wasn't a great runner, but, he would try to run. So you're getting a total different look at the quarterback position there as far as what you're going to see in San Francisco there, Cuervo.
Yeah, I just think that it's kind of like, how do I compare this, Sonny? You're a classic car guy. I would assume you love classic cars.
I like class.
school
I like to go out to some of those shows and those
shows.
auctions and stuff.
So imagine,
Barrett-
you owned, let's say you had a Chevy Nova, right? And you're like,
Nice
I
car.
love this car.
Nice
Gets
car.
me, it's a nice looking car. Keep it in great shape, whatever. It's very reliable. And then you just so happen to stumble upon, if you've seen the movie Gone in 60 Seconds, you find Eleanor. You find an
I've
Eleanor.
heard of the movie. I never watched it.
Okay, so Eleanor, so they named the cars in the movie. Eleanor is a Shelby, Mustang Shelby. Classic, one of a kind, right? I think that's how the 49ers view Trey Lance. He's the new shiny toy,
Yes.
and they want to use it.
Yes.
When you got the Nova still, that's extremely reliable.
Yep.
Hasn't done you wrong too much.
Nope.
I mean, maybe every now and then you get a leak or something here and there, right?
Yeah.
That's Jimmy
Or the
G.
Cadillac converter gets stolen.
Oh my God, yeah, I saw that. I was like, it must happen everywhere because it happens
the dumbest
over
thing
here
ever.
too.
It's just-
Happens here too. So you're not. It's not just a Texas thing or the town you live in. But
that was a loud ride home. That's all I gotta say.
yeah, I bet. But I just think, for Jimmy, I think the 49ers got a little fed up with him folding in clutch moments. All right, so NFC Championship, he throws that pick six to kind of seal the deal for the Rams. In their mind, they're thinking, does that happen if Trey Lance is in the game? Well, here's a better question. Are you even in that game if Trey Lance is your quarterback, right? So
Yes.
I think now they're ready to use the new toy in Trey Lance that they traded so much to get for him.
Yep.
So they kind of have their hands tied. They got to use him. They traded so much to get him.
Yeah.
My only thing is they're going to completely change the offense now with Trey Lance at quarterback.
Okay.
It's not going to be the same offense that we're used to seeing.
Agreed.
But be careful what you wish for.
Yes.
Because especially in this first year where expect Trey Lance to make mistakes, expect Trey Lance
Big
to
mistakes.
miss a reading somewhere or whether it's the receiver or the quarterback that is thinking the wrong route or something like that. If it happens in game and you turn the ball over, that's doesn't matter whose fault it was. It's going to go against the quarterback and it's turnover. So it's like, what was really wrong with that Chevy Nova, Jimmy Garoppolo? There was nothing wrong with it.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So, maybe a bad seal here and there. He throws a pick. But he still got you in a position to compete for a Super Bowl. There's not many quarterbacks that can do that for you.
Right.
Again, I go back to, we were talking about the Chargers at the beginning of the show. How many times Justin Herbert going to get the Chargers to the Super Bowl? Probably never. It's probably not going to happen. Philip Rivers couldn't do it. And he had the best. He had LaDainian Tomlinson, Antonio Gates.
Yes.
Hall of Fame guys. Herbert doesn't have that. So for Lance, expect those mistakes to happen. I think what's going to bail them out is their defense. But expect those mistakes to happen. Expect that offense to look a little rusty, at least the first half of the season. 49ers might struggle. first half of the season. I think they'll pick it up.
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why if they end up in second place instead of third, and it'll be for one reason. It's Kyle Shanahan that's going to have to look at this football team and realize who he's got at the quarterback position, and it's easier to put more emphasis, more oomph on a running game. Okay, so to keep the ball out of his hands so he don't throw the pick six in vital times, to keep him from not going deep down the field in a bad time and the ball gets intercepted, things like this. And this is where I don't know if Kyle Shanahan has that either luxury or time to bring Trey Lance into it, because of the fact that if they fall completely on their face and finish behind Seattle, it'll be bad enough. But if they do start running the football, now I'm not saying I know anything about football as more than Kyle Shanahan, but it doesn't take a genius to realize that you got to keep the ball out of the hands of Trey Lance as many times as you would anybody else. So if you expect to see Trey Lance throwing the ball 35 to 40 times a game, you got to get away from that insanity and get that ball on the ground, which in turn means you're going to have to come up with a running game. It turn means that you've got to be able to say, listen, if we're going to live and die with this guy, and that, of course, being Trey Lance, you got to be able to get what you're able to get and move forward with it. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do it based upon what we have seen before, as far as them not getting there, based upon a quarterback that is a Jimmy Garoppolo that really didn't have a bad game. He had a bad series at the end of that football game. So you look at all that and try to put it together, try to stir it, then realize that you're going to have to put more pressure on a top 5 defense in the NFL, and they're going to have to be number 1 in order for them to succeed. And that makes me wonder or worry about San Francisco, because some of those guys that are really, really good on the defensive side are really, really injury prone. So you got to watch out for that as well.
Yeah, they are injury prone. You're right.
Yeah, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner. Oh, I love me some Warner. But we already know about Bosa, what that situation is with them. So, those two guys have got to remain healthy in order for them to lead that football, I would think.
Yeah, you need those two guys. No doubt about it. The good thing for them, too, is, Javon Kinlaw is getting he's healthy again at linebacker for the Niners. I think Jimmy Ward is still on the team. Yeah, he's still on the team.
Yes, he's still there.
He's still there. They bring in L'Jarius Sneed from Kansas City, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's another good corner for them. You got to have George Kittle there. There you go. Yeah, Todd just mentioned it. You got to have a healthy Kittle. So, what I don't like is offensive line-wise, Laken Tomlinson leaves them free agency, goes to the Jets. So they're going to, that's a hit on their offensive lines. That kind of concerns me a little bit. And who's going to run the football for the 49ers?
Yeah, because Mozart is gone.
Yep.
They lose the guard, like you said, Tomlinson. He's gone. And good or bad or different, I don't know. Mohamed Sanu, you lose him. But they didn't, and this is yet another team that didn't bring a lot back in. Okay? I mean, Ward's going to come in. I think he'll be okay. Ray McLeod, wide receiver, nothing good. But the draft class is where they're looking for big hits, right, Cuervo?
Yeah.
I mean, especially at the running back position with Davis Price. They picked him up. They got Danny Gray, wide receiver. So they're looking.
Danny Gray's going to be good.
There. Yes. And then in case something happens, Brock Purdy. I don't know how much he'll be able to step in there and do it, but that's a JIC pickup. You just never know. So you got to watch out for that, because if you're getting ready with Jimmy Garoppolo, that probably puts a little more pressure on him. And then offensive tackle, they brought in what's his name? Here it is, Spencer Brunford. They brought him in. I think that's actually really good. And then Nick how do you say it? Zagalji or whatever. How it's ZAKELJ, and he was ranked ranked within the top 10 of offensive linemen in the draft. So, there's a lot of things that they did that they pulled in, and defensively, they made out like a bandit in the draft as well. So maybe some of those hit.
Yeah.
So that's what they're going to have to probably do. They're going to probably have to bring up something more so the defense is even better than it was last year. And I think that's too much pressure, especially when you got those young guys coming in having to step up, and Lord forbid there's an injury. I just think the San Francisco 49ers, and it's not because they got love for Jimmy G. I do have love for Jimmy G. This team was going to struggle even with him, but because there was no running game, and then Jimmy G would have to do so there's different reasons why they be in the same situation, probably depending on the situation. They got to figure out that running game, and if Jimmy G had a running game and he could depend on some of those wide receivers, they'd be in better shape. But now it's Trey Lance, and I don't know if I believe it or not.
Yeah, like I said, completely different looking offense with Lance in. Maybe don't need to rely so much on the running game because Lance can run himself. I do need to correct myself on something, though, real quick.
Okay.
It's not L'Jarius Sneed that went to the 49ers. It was Travaris Ward.
Ward.
They bring him over from Kansas City, if I'm not mistaken, who immediately becomes their number one guy at corner. So
I'm going to ask you this, Cuervo. Week number 1, who wins the week number 1 matchup?
Between the Niners and the Bears.
Bears. September 11th. And by the way, they are on the road. The Bears are home, so San Francisco's on the road. Little preview. Yeah. Not sure if I'm going to get a preview. Not going to get an answer. We'll have to look at that one a little bit more close when we cover week number 1 on September.
We'll break it down in 2 weeks.
Here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. It'll be one of the first we talk about. So they got the Bears week number 1. That alone will be worth it just to talk about it. But listen, their schedule kind of works if they're going to be good, Cuervo. Say what you want about your Bears. You know about the Bears. You got Seattle week number 2. Denver Broncos. Will they be the same? I doubt it. I think they're going to be better. But still, the Rams, then you got Panthers, Falcons. Those are games they can win. Chiefs, Rams, Chargers, maybe Cardinals, Saints, Dolphins. No really powerhouses in here except for the Buccaneers. Washington Commanders, Raiders, Arizona Cardinals. No great big names coming in here, really, except Kansas City Chiefs on October 23rd. Outside of that, there are a lot of, and the Rams, there are a lot of winnable games there for them if they're a good football team.
If.
So the world's worst word in the world is blasphemy. It's the blasphemy. But I don't know.
Okay, Stephen A.
Yeah, Steven jumping in, man. I'm telling you. But I don't say, and you know me and rookie quarterbacks, I don't like them. I really don't like second year quarterbacks that didn't get a lot of time. So, I don't know how anybody can, sit there and write articles. You when we're off the show, put in Trey Lance, possible MVP. You're going to see articles after articles. People that now, granted, they might be homer things, but there's some people who are not necessarily tied to San Francisco writing about this guy. They say possibly being the, but even saying MVP candidate is the biggest joke I've ever heard regarding Trey Lance. In that talking, it's just horrible reporting.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. I mean, Justin Fields could win the MVP. It's possible.
Oh, well, interestingly enough, listen, Your guy was on fire last night.
He was.
He was on this, and now granted, we don't talk about pregame or preseason games being very important, but listen, some players need to have a good preseason, and your boy Justin Field needed to have a good preseason. Guess what? He did. He had a good one. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, they didn't even lose in the preseason, did they, Cuervo?
Bears ran the table in the preseason.
When was the last time that happened? I can't remember.
I don't remember when it happened last time.
I can't remember. So, all right.
Doesn't
So
matter.
I got San Francisco, and I'm talking about third place. I don't know where Cuervo is going to land him, so I got him in third place within this division. Where do you have the San Francisco 49ers and the new San Francisco 49ers? Where you got them?
The Shelby edition San Francisco 49ers.
Something like there you go. Anthony, good to see you, Anthony.
49ers will finish.
I already got fourth, so it can't be. So third, put it back up. Second. Wow. Cuervo having some mad love for San Francisco and the Trey Lance one, and I know why. You got mad love for the head coach of that football team. I know you do.
I do like Kyle Shanahan. I do. But I think it's more because they're getting healthier on defense. I like their defense.
Mm-hmm.
And Robbie Gold is a legend. So there you go. By
the way, Anthony, anything's possible. Vegas has Daniel Jones in the top odds winning comeback player of the year.
Jeez. Daniel Jones, huh?
Man, you thought the reporting was bad? Even the gambling guys are really bad at reporting on that because that's where that comes from. Oh my God, really? So,
that's crazy.
Well, you think that goes, but Vegas wants you to bet, right, Cuervo?
Yeah.
Vegas wants you, but I don't know. To me, it just seems like he may have fought
From the 12, Jones keeps.
I don't know. I think he forgot about this, Cuervo, because this when I get the opportunity, I will play it. There's no question. By the way, thanks, Anthony. We got our
Daniel Jones snip. There you go.
So,
we were able to fit that in the show.
Interestingly enough, you know how hard it was for me to make the Arizona Cardinals second in this division? Do you know how many times I flip-flopped? And I'm going to tell you there's one thing that finally flipped it. And it wasn't the fact he got his money. Matter of fact, I still think Arizona was, I don't know what they were smoking, but they went ahead and they went ahead and did that. But I'm just gonna say this, and I'm just hoping he was when I seen this, I was hoping he was taking it seriously. Is that he called the plays in a preseason game, Cuervo. I think I like that idea, especially with all the news about him being lazy on the playbook, especially after the contract thing that says, we want 20 hours off record and prove it to me kind of thing. We even put it in the contract. Then we got yelled at for doing it, even though he even said, I don't really study. He just said that in an interview. So as soon as he said it, they put that in, how they were developing that contract for the 3 or 4 3 years that he was there, add that part. And as soon as he said it, and I'm saying that I hope he took it seriously because I think that is a different perspective as well. Granted, and by the way, I think it was a genius move for them to do. in reality, so he can get an idea of what's going on, what plays can be called there. It's a preseason game. Who gives a rip, right? He isn't going to play in it anyway. But how about you call it for somebody else, and then you can see what's going on. I think that was, the Arizona Cardinals have a lot of reasons for people to dislike him because of their stupidity. This was probably one of their smarter moves in reality to let him do that. I think that was huge.
Yeah, if you really think about it and you break that, you kind of analyze that and really take a look at why they did that.
Yeah.
I think it was more to see, like, okay, he doesn't want to study playbooks or doesn't want to study the playbook. Does he know the playbook? And I think the best way to figure that out is call the plays.
Call the plays.
If the offense is that easy to you, it comes to you that easy, then you should have no problem calling plays.
Right. And
so I'm surprised that that's even a thing that is allowed to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know it's preseason, okay, whatever, but I'm just surprised that it's allowed where a player can be your offensive coordinator, essentially.
Now, do you mean allowed by the NFL, or just that? Why would a coach allow that to happen?
I mean by the NFL, like it's a rule, or it's not against the rules. It may not be a rule saying it's not a thing. It's one of those like, well, it doesn't say you can do it. Well, it doesn't say you can't do it either.
Right.
So is it one of those things? Like that's what I'm wondering. So if that's the case, then well, I don't know how he did as a play caller, but
they lost the game, but that's neither here nor there. But and plus, when they said they let him call the plays, they didn't say how many plays. Did he call the whole game? I some tells me no, but still, I mean, think about this. Look what the Cardinals did last year. They were hot last year, Cuervo. They're the epitome of a horse getting out of the gate, right? And then towards the end of the season, they felt like someone shot that horse in the final leg of the race, and then all of a sudden they had to settle to get really kind of backdoored into the playoffs.
Yeah.
In reality, hit that wild card, lose to the Rams. Now, if you're going to lose someone in the playoffs, thank God it was the Super Bowl champions, right? I mean, if you don't want to lose to someone who doesn't win the Super Bowl in the playoffs, I guess that would be great, or at least make it to the playoffs. But this is the team that won it. But last year, Kyler Murray, listen, say whatever you want about Kyler Murray. The guy threw for 4,000 yards, 24 touchdowns. He only threw 10 interceptions. So, where the Cardinals are in reality, if you look at the passing stats and numbers, they were ranked number 10 last year. And say whatever you want about the Arizona Cardinals, they haven't been top 10 anything. So, and the defense was solid, top 10 in the points, if given up points, which is really good. So, maybe they make the playoffs. Depends on how Kyler Murray is. Depends on how other defensive coordinators are looking at Kyler Murray. So a friend of mine, I was saying the same thing to a friend of mine. He's saying, you're acting like Kyler Murray is what it's all about. Well, yeah, because we already seen what they do without him. If they don't have him, they're not going to win. And when they have him there, well, he's pretty good. Not great, but he's pretty good. They got off really quick. So looking at the Cardinals and Kyler Murray, is it about Kyler Murray, or is it about a combo of the defense with them, or one's got to be there and the other? If one can only be there, do you want it to be the defense, or do you want it to be Kyler Murray? And that's the way I looked at this, as far as how the Arizona Cardinals were going to do.
Listen, Sonny. I'm
trying to talk you into this.
No. Look, it's simple. All 32 teams are about their quarterback.
Right.
Everything starts with the quarterback. If I name a team, and I can name any random team, and you can just have a conversation at a bar with someone or at a barbershop, the first thing you're going to talk about when you mention a certain team, that first question is going to be about that quarterback. Nine times out of 10.
Yeah.
If I say Denver Broncos, well, how you think Russell Wilson's going to do? Jacksonville Jaguars, Sonny. If I say Jacksonville Jaguars, man, I wonder if Lawrence is going to suck in his second year. Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen's a beast.
Yep.
That's the first thing we think about now when it comes to all 32 teams is the quarterback. So for anybody to say it's not about the quarterback, well, I get it. He's only one guy on an 11-man offense, but he's the guy, and he is the guy on a team. Teams are either successful or not based on who the quarterback is.
Absolutely.
That is today's NFL.
Yeah, and you'd much rather have the quarterback than the defense. I mean, we already saw that. Seattle made the switch after the Legion of bungholes. They totally switched offense, and that obviously Russell Wilson. But the Arizona Cardinals, Cuervo, the thing that bothered me, and I still put them in second anyway, is their losses on the defensive side of the ball. They lost Chandler Jones. They lost Jordan Hicks. They lost Jordan Phillips. I mean, those are some pretty big losses. Never mind the fact you lose Chase Edmonds at the running back position, and Christian Kirk, who set the new bar for the wide receivers. Two guys that so I see why, quite possibly why you see the losses of those, and they didn't lose very many quote unquote players, Cuervo. When you looked at it, in reality, they lost about five or six guys that picked up and went someplace else. But most of them were defense, because really in reality, you can say whatever you want about Christian Kirk. He was great for the Arizona Cardinals. Okay. But he's not a great wide receiver, but for the Arizona Cardinals, he was great. And say what Chase Edmonds, when that guy's healthy, watch out for that guy. That guy can run the football. But what happened is that they made those changes and made up for them in the draft class, Cuervo. Trey McBride, tight end. They grabbed him up. Defensive end, Cameron Thomas. Sanders on the defensive side of the ball. And then they got Keontae Ingram. I thought, that guy's going to be that. Mark my words. I think that guy's going to be good. He's going to be just as good as Chase Edmonds. And it's all about health in reality, of course. And then offensive linemen. They get who is that? Lasidius Smith. They bring him in, and then another corner with Christian Matthews, another linebacker with Jesse Lakuta, and then another offensive lineman. He may or may not pan that out as far as Marquise Hayes is concerned. So, last year they ended up 11-6. I've seen places as high enough to saying that they're 10-8. I've seen some of them say 8-10. In reality, the Super Bowl odds are not great for them. But I think the idea of having your superstar happy, and it seems like they're happy, and by the way, he started putting his Arizona Cardinal pictures back up. So, he's a happy guy. He unscrubbed his Arizona Cardinal pictures. So interestingly enough, you got a happy quarterback, and really right now the only coach that can coach him, and I don't think he's all that great, but he's about the only guy that can coach him.
Yeah, I mean, Kingsbury is a guy that can relate to the younger crowd.
That's what they say.
So yeah, I mean, as for now, he's the right guy for the Cardinals until he shows different.
And I look in the schedule though is brutal, and so me thinking that they're going to end up second is crazy. But I don't know. Happy superstars make happy results, but Kansas City, Raiders, Rams, they could be 0-3 before they even get freaking started. But and here I am saying they're going to end up second, but Then it's the Panthers, Eagles, Seahawks, Saints, Minnesota. That'll be a fight. Seattle again. Then they're going to get the Rams, 49ers, Chargers, New England, Broncos, Buccaneers, Atlanta Falcons, and then the 49ers again. There's a lot of games in there that Kyler Murray is going to win for them, I think. So, and obviously it's all about health. We've seen, not last year, but the year before, when he is not really 100% healthy, like he was at the end of the season 2 seasons ago, you can count him out and be done. Grab that old couch potato fork and just start stabbing that whole thing pieces, because that's what could end up happening if Kyler Murray goes down or is not really 100%.
Yeah, because there's that possibility too.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely is.
So you like Arizona in third, San Francisco, and it makes sense. I mean, I get it. I'm going to go with the luck. I'm going to throw. I'm gonna bet a $20 yo on the Arizona Cardinals. I don't know if that was a smart bet or not. Yos are usually not smart bets, so there you go. So that leads us to the number one team, obviously Super Bowl champions. Got that pretty ring. That was going around. We got. Hey, Queer, we gotta look at that thing. This is absolutely insane. I can't get it. Oh, man, Cuervo, that thing is just. That's not a ring. That's a freaking work of art, for God's sake, in jewelry form that costs how much? I don't know how much that thing.
It's a sculpture, Sonny.
Yeah, it's just God.
Yeah,
but the Rams go ahead and do it. And I think they win the division. I think they're just the best. Really, not a lot to say in reality when it comes to them. They've obviously got the best quarterback within the league. Or within the division, so that alone just it stands a head and shoulders above them. But here's the thing: I've read someplace where they thought they would end up second. I'm like, someone is smoking, and I think it was a gag one, because there's nothing in there that says that they're slowing down at all. Really, in reality, Cuervo, if anything. They kind of took care of a few things that they needed to take care of even after they lost a few things. I mean, Odell Beckham, right, gone. Von Miller, he's gone. Robert Woods and Williams and Colbert, especially Colbert on the offensive line. Think about that, Cuervo. But they brought in Bobby Wagner. And Bobby and Allen Robinson, your boy, but but Bobby Wagner, I think, is a huge addition to this football team, and it just improves their chances of making the Super Bowl again that much better. Because really, when you lose Odell Beckham Jr., what have you lost? Von Miller. I'm not going to disrespect the guy, but at the same time, he's getting older. Robert Woods is older. Got to get rid of that guy. So no really big losses in reality as far as that's concerned. And as far as the draft, Logan Bruss, the guard, they brought in Durant, cornerback, Karen Williams, a running back, Quentin Lake, a safety, Darren Kendrick, a cornerback, Daniel Hardy. Daniel Hardy, a linebacker. Russ, I've never heard of Russ Yeast. I don't know if you have either. And then another offensive tackle. So, I saw a meme that they say you can't buy a Super Bowl champion in the NFL, and maybe they did with you've seen some of those names, Odell, Von Miller, but now they're gone. Now they get to kind of try to reload without the superstar names.
Right. And they do have a lot of superstars regardless.
Still, yes.
Even without Von Miller and Odell.
Oh, you grab Bobby Wagner. God.
Oh, darn.
Darn.
Poor
What are
Rams.
we going to do with this guy?
Poor Rams.
Put him in the starting lineup.
Yeah. But honestly, I Rams will win the division, but I think they take a step back. Offensively, at least.
Well, yeah, they may.
I definitely think they will. With Whitworth retiring, he was their anchor on offensive line. Woods is gone. I mean, Akers,
I don't think that was much of a loss, really. Do you think Cuervo, because of his age, maybe? I don't know.
No, I mean, I think Woods was a nice to have for the Rams.
Right.
They have Cup. They've got Jefferson. Then now they have
I like
Allen
Van
Robinson.
Jefferson. You're talking Van Jefferson, right?
Right.
Oh, I like that guy. That guy's a stud.
He is. He's stud wide receiver. Akers, I mean, you're hoping to get certain things from him. You just don't know if it's going to happen.
Right.
Higbee's at tight end. But I think the biggest loss for the Rams was their offensive coordinator, Kevin O'Connell.
You're right about that.
And so
there's
that's
where
why
the step back is what you're talking about. Never mind that your number one is Cooper Kupp, and then your number two, which you're not a fan of, is Allen Robinson, right?
Well, he's one of those
head cases.
He's a head case where he I don't want to say he takes plays off.
Yes.
I just think sometimes his heart's not in it.
Yes.
And I don't want guys like that.
What do you think that changes? I mean, he's going to a Super Bowl team. Obviously a Super Bowl contender. Do you think Allen Robinson can change his attitude knowing what they have been previously able to do? Obviously winning the Super Bowl, coming from where he has come from.
For the Rams' sake, I hope he does. But if he starts complaining about, let's say, I'm not getting enough targets, or then at that point, it's a him problem.
Yep.
At that point, so you got to recognize that and
you better recognize.
You got to recognize that and make a decision. So,
you think Cooper Kupp is the real deal? I'm not sold on Cooper Kupp, by the way. I think he had a great year.
He had a
great years don't make great wide receivers. They just are great years. Frank Gore had 3 great years. Played for 17 freaking years, and he was average at best in the rest of them. It's like, so is one good year going to be good enough for Cooper Kupp? Are they going to
see it again? I want to see it again.
I'm with you. I want him to prove it. Listen, he's been a good guy to have on your team. I'm not saying that. Okay. Now he signed a contract that he's got to live up to. Say whatever you want about that. Right. It adds pressure on him. And then, like you said, Cuervo, you bring in the stud like Allen Robinson who wants the ball. That could be a problem as well. I don't think they'll allow it because they're going to say, hey, listen, dude, we just won the Super Bowl. You need to chill. But if he's able to get in there and he's going to want the ball, will there be pressure for Matthew Stafford to get him the ball instead of maybe going to his guy?
You know what?
I'm not even on board that even Matthew Stafford thinks he's the guy.
He's going to have to earn his keep.
Yep.
You don't go to the champs. You don't sign with the champs and start demanding stuff. That's not how it works.
That's not how it works. But you think do you think Antonio Brown would start demanding some things? He walks in the door. Hell yeah, that's what that guy is. So guess what?
Well, you know what? I'm glad you said that, Sonny, because guess what? That's why he's not in the league.
Yeah, it's a good point. So I think Allen Robinson is going to have to earn his step, and that's another thing. This is a valid point. There have been some rumblings, and I've even heard them that his health issues that he's got going on are being overshadowed. Like, it's no great big deal. Well, that's what they do in the NFL, So listen. This is all up on the shoulders of Matthew Stafford. In reality, they don't score enough points, they don't win. Simple as that. Their defense is good. They're not going to start, shutting everybody down on the defensive side of the ball. Let's not lose your mind here. But you need to have Matthew Stafford almost do the same thing he did last year in order for them to have any kind of success as they have that they're going to have this year.
Well, what are the? I haven't heard about this, Sonny. What health issues are you having?
Well, I've heard of three things. I've heard there was a hand issue. I heard there is a leg issue and an ankle injury issue, and the leg and ankle one are together. So,
Same
and
leg.
I think,
Same leg.
Same leg. So it's and this goes back to what I started out on the show. Listening to these reports and stuff like that, I try not to, because half of them are BS. And you don't know if they're true.
You got to stick to what you always talk about, Sonny. If you didn't hear it from a certain guy,
that's a valid point. That's because a lot of listen, you don't say whatever you want. You don't hear them saying that, the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers is going to be an MVP. You don't hear that from the big man from ESPN, Chris Mort. You don't hear that from the Mort at all. And
the Mort report.
I'm praying for the Mort. His cancer is kicking back in again. It's pissing me off.
Yeah, it is.
Like, really making me. That guy's lost about 40, probably close to 60 pounds. He's almost unrecognizable. Damn, cancer just tears people up. That said, I haven't heard that from Mort at all.
Or Schefter. I'm more of a Schefter guy. So.
Yeah, well, he's a younger guy, so old school, young school. That it works out perfect here. So, but hey, Schefter's been on. Lately, Schefter's he's made a couple of mistakes. He's let his mouth go a little bit, and I'm not.
How can you not
still
like
the hot one though?
He's a Michigan guy. How do you not like him?
Listen. Just because you're from Michigan doesn't mean that you're loved, okay? Just ask Weber about that. Just ask Chris Weber. How much he's loved by Michigan.
Wait, time out. Oh, wait, sorry. Well, we don't have any of those here.
Huh? But anyway,
what do you mean they're not unlimited? What?
I thought I could do whatever I want.
Yeah.
Anyway, well. So, both on the Rams on top spot.
Yes, sir.
Questionable on the second. I think I might be. Sorry, I might be. Excuse me. I might be wrong on that one. I don't know. Happy quarterback. Maybe.
I don't know if that's enough.
Kyler Murray 4,000 yards next year. This season. Wow, that would be incredible. So anyway, but yeah, I know.
Catching the ball for them. That's who's catching the ball for them is my question.
Will he be healthy? Will the man be healthy? What's his nose? Crap. One that came from Houston. Are
you talking about the 6?
I'm missing 6 games because I'm on some drug stuff. Him.
Or are you talking about the Marquise Brown who got in more trouble this offseason?
Hollywood going 100. How much was it? 126? That's
something crazy.
But how about back to Chris Weber, right here. Chris Weber. Wait a minute. Time out. Time out. Wait a second. And that's it.
Time out.
Time out, baby. Hey, wait a minute. And that's just an example of some of the graphics that you'll get on a consistent level. We had them mostly in the second half, but the graphics that are going to be coming up for the Saxy Mustangs, whether it is one of the interceptions out there that happens, you'll even see a little yellow hanky going out there. Those flags go flying, Cuervo, a lot. So, but it's more in reality.
Oh, by the way, Dickie's barbecue is good.
Yeah, good. And that's and even how about this one? The touchdown Saxy Mustangs. It's just a little bit of what you'll see on game night here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. Lots of stuff. I mean, you're going to be watching us. We're goofy enough. We could probably entertain people, but we have to add to it a little bit. So,
No, and I mean, just seeing you guys probably makes it worth it.
At least Bill, anyway. That guy. As he gets older, he makes me mad. As he gets older, he gets better looking, and that's what ticks me off. So it's just more of that. It's just, it is what it is. But anyway, so that's the front part. So now we're going to go to the AFC, but we're going to do that after we take a break. What, the timeout? Yeah, timeout.
Timeout, Sonny. Got
Timeout.
one question for you.
Oh, all right. What's the question?
I know you've heard the story. I don't know if you saw the video.
Okay.
Aaron Donald. Since we're still talking Rams, NFC West.
Say that again.
Aaron Donald.
Yes.
What should the NFL do something about the incident?
What
don't know.
Listen, Cuervo,
you didn't know?
Since Tuesday of last week, I have been submerged into Saxy Mustang football. So I do not know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
I don't know how fast you can upload a video onto if I send it to you.
I might be able to.
I'm just gonna. I mean, we don't have to. I can.
Where is its origin? Is it on Facebook?
YouTube. I can send it through Facebook via YouTube.
Okay, do that. Yeah, and I can. How long is the video?
Well, the one that I found here is 37 seconds.
Yeah, send that. I can do that. And you want to talk about that before we get into the AFC on the other side? And then I have a few minutes to do it.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I think it's
normally it doesn't take me very long if I can get the address and everything of where it's at. Yeah, I just heard a ding, so I think you found it. And see, where are the commercials at? Because during the commercials, I can roll on that and get it there. Where there they are. All right, so yeah, I can do it. I could probably get it up in time for us to start on the other side.
Okay.
All right, so let's do that. Let's take a quick break here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. Enjoy some of the other new graphics that we got right here. We'll catch you on the other side for the AFC. Look at this trailer. This is awesome.
Wesson General Contracting Incorporated, we're your one-stop shop for all your general contracting needs. We are locally owned and with over 20 years of experience, so roofing, gutters, sidings, fence staining, painting, foundation problems, or roof damage are no problems at all. Give us a call at 214-200-5588. That's 214-200-5588. Wesson General Contractors.
The prospect of retirement can be exciting and scary at the same time. At Nest Egg Wealth Advisors, we have found many people either approaching or currently in retirement fail to truly maximize some of the benefits offered to them, primarily Social Security. What is it? How does it work? It's simply not a benefit that you start receiving at age 62. Because these decisions are so important, my firm has assembled an informational packet on Social Security. If you would like a complimentary copy of Social Security Maximization, please give our office a call today at 972-412-6064 or visit us on the web at nesteggadvice.com. At the Jerry Bullet Training Center, we are a motivated team of coaches with the mindset of helping you achieve and reach your highest goals. Having developed and trained over 100 Division I athletes as well as Division II athletes, even professional athletes, the Bullet team definitely has the knowledge and mindset
to take you to the next level. Check out our new 22,000 square foot facility and 3,000 square foot weight room, along with 4,500 square feet of outdoor turf and covered training area, along with football and soccer fields. Contact Melvin Bullitt at 214-326-7853 or visit their facility just outside of Waterview at 8900 Princeton Road in Rowlett.
Being taken for a ride? Check out Casso Insurance, serving Texans since 1981. Bundle your home, auto, or business insurance and save a ton. Casso Insurance on the corner of Main Street and Rowlett Road, where we make insurance fun. Or check us out on the web at CassoInsurance.com, where we always have the coffee pot on.
Yeah, but is it fresh?
There is nothing that beats good home-cooked barbecue. Since 1941, Dickey's Barbecue has done all the cooking and you take all the credit. Come see us today at our Rowlett location, 5701 President George Bush Turnpike, Suite 110 in the Target Shopping Center. Whether you want to eat in or take it home, we will fix you up. For lip-smacking, rib-tickling, knee-slapping, foot-stomping, great-tasting barbecue, come see us at Dickey's Barbecue today.
Here at Fit Body Boot Camp, located in Saxe, the solution is here. Fast, long-lasting weight loss results and the healthy lifestyle you need to keep them. The key to your fat loss success is our signature afterburn workouts, as well as support and motivation from our world-class coaches, and an easy-to-follow nutrition program to help you keep the fat off. Visit your local Fit Body Boot Camp in Saxe today to see the difference for yourself, or give us a call at 214-463-3005. That's 214-463-3005. Fit Body Boot Camp, Saxe. Saxe Ice House is a non-smoking craft beer and beer pub located in the heart of Saxe. The Ice House was opened to provide a friendly, clean, and female-friendly environment. Saxe was lacking a place for service industry, date nights, and girls' nights, as well as happy hours. Excellent service and top-notch food are our priority. On Tuesday, we offer 79-cent wings, as well as half-price burgers on Mondays. So check us out at the Ice House, located at 6501 Highway 78 in Saxe, or give us a call at 469-304-1550, or check us out on the web at SaxeIcehouse.com. Go Mustangs!
There is nothing that beats good home-cooked barbecue. Since 1941, Dickey's Barbecue has done all the cooking and you take all the credit. Come see us today at our Rowlett location, 5701 President George Bush Turnpike, Suite 110 in the Target Shopping Center. Whether you want to eat in or take it home, we will fix you up. For lip-smacking, rib-tickling, knee-slapping, foot-stomping, great-tasting barbecue, come see us at Dickey's Barbecue today.
And welcome back into the Couch Potato Sports Show. It is me, Sonny Clark, the hardest working man in sports radio as we are here on our whoa, sorry about that. I knocked that around there. There we go. Sorry about that. I was moving my drink out of the way. All right, we're back here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. As we are going through our two-a-days, we are finally in the last of the 4 of the 2 days. We started off in the NFC and AFC West, went to the AFC and NFC South, went to the AFC and NFC North, and now have landed in the AFC and NFC West. We talked about the NFC on where we think they are. I'm going to start, both of us, Cuervo and I both have the Rams up on top. We differ. I have the Arizona Cardinals sliding into second as Cuervo has San Francisco, probably because their defense is a little bit better. I get it. And I have San Francisco in third, and Cuervo has Arizona in third, and we're both on the Seattle Seahawks in last. So that's where we stand right now, as far as that is concerned. We're going to kick into the AFC West here. In fact, I got to turn my page so I make sure I can write this down in that part. Now, until we get Cuervo back in here, I think he's prepping just for a moment. I want to go to some of the things that I saw on the internet this week. Here was one of them, and then when Cuervo comes back, we'll talk about that thing he did and another thing that he sent me that we want to look at. But the top 10 active undrafted NFL players heading into the 2022 season. Now, these are guys that did not get picked on draft day, that you see regularly now in the NFL. C.J. Jackson, who, let's see, this is Michael Robinson from the NFL Network that ranked these, and I don't know much about Michael Robinson to say he's smart or not. I know who he is, but when I looked at these, I think that maybe I would move one guy a little bit higher just because he's the highest paid kicker. I'd probably move Justin Tucker to number 1. Not only that, winning football games with his foot, never mind getting the big contract. I'm there with him. I probably would move him up there. Adam Thielen at number 5 is where he'd have. I'd probably put Thielen at number 2. Then he's got J.C. Jackson at number 1. Kenny Moore out of Indianapolis playing for the Colts. They have him at number 2. They got Justin Tucker at 3rd. Cameron Brate for Tampa Bay, the tight end, number 4. Adam Thielen, they got it number 5. Austin Eckler, the running back over there at the Los Angeles Chargers. Austin Eckler, running back. Then Barrett from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Alan Lazard out of the Green Bay Packers. I like that guy, wide receiver. He's supposed to step up. We'll find out if he can do it. Kendrick Bourne. He is a wide receiver for the New England Patriots. And then Patrick Richards, fullback for the Baltimore Ravens. And that is his list. Now, whether or not that, I can move some guys around there, I think, but still the list isn't too bad. And so whenever I run across these, I just hope they're good. And, or they're not fake. I've run across fake that I thought someone told me they were new or real, but they're not. But that one was an interesting one. Another one I ran across this week, and I'll probably throw these out to Cuervo, but I want you to look at the most rushing touchdowns. And if you go back to the frame that Barry was talking about, Christian McCaffrey was more, what was it, a fantasy commodity than Derrick Henry out of the Tennessee Titans. Well, this right there tells you a lot about that. Touchdown since 2018, Tennessee's on top with 85. Baltimore in second with 80. A surprise Saints team at 80. Patriots 79. That one's kind of a, it's usually about Tom Brady, kind of interesting there. Then the Panthers at 73. Arizona Cardinals 72, along with the Rams and Colts. And then 71 are the Cleveland Browns and the San Francisco 49ers. Cleveland's kind of kicking into that. Really interesting as far as where they are, especially on the rushing things, and especially along with the Kareem Hunt situation that is going on as far as that whole situation and that holdout and all the news that's coming in there. So the Browns, are still trying to deal this guy, and that is actually of a couple of days ago. There had been trade talk regarding him. So I think we'll find out early, maybe the mid to end of next week with the final thing regarding Kareem Hunt. Will he get his money? Will he be drafted? And I think that's an important thing to talk about in reality, as far as whether or not, Kareem Hunt's going to be happy. That's going to be a big, big time thing for Cleveland if they're going to get that much better. In reality, you got to keep Kareem Hunt there, because when you got the 1-2 punch and you don't have Baker Mayfield anymore, as far as the Browns are concerned, I think they need to spend a little money and keep Kareem Hunt on the line, man. Don't you think, Cuervo?
Yeah, I mean, I think that because that's what their identity is now in Cleveland is, and it's been like that for a couple of years. But now that Mayfield's gone, it's even more their identity. Which is ground and pound and occasionally throw. I mean, so it'll be really interesting whenever Watson comes back to the team. Are they gonna change anything up? What's the plan gonna be offensively for the Browns?
So but I think that the indications that they're getting closer figuring it out is probably be done by the end of next week, or the end of this week, and maybe roll into next week. So that I think their season kind of, hangs in the balance. I mean, you got Nick Chubb. Don't get me wrong, guy's great. But if you have a 1-2 punch, it takes a lot of pressure off of Jacoby Brissett, who's going to have to try to lead that football team. And you got to do it, I think. So that being said, you got the video. Now, when you sent me the link, I didn't watch it. I'm going to watch it for the first time with you. I just downloaded it, got it all set, and put it up there. I don't even know. So this is literally the first time I'm going to watch it. So here's the video that Cuervo sent over to me, wanted to take a look at. Take a look at this, guys. Whoa. Wow. Here's another. It was just another look at it. This is insane. They'll play it again one more time. Watch that helmet move. Holy smoke. And the force that was. Okay. All right. They're not going to play it again. The force behind that, he had two hands up on the grill, and he was swinging down on that. Now, he was criticized earlier this month about, a choke deal with one of the rookies and stuff. And I kind of defended it because he's a rookie. Everybody hates rookies. So, I kind of defended the situation where he did the choke thing with him. But this is bad. What is the backstory on this? You know more of it. I literally just watched it, so I don't even know the backstory on it, if there is one.
You know what, Sonny? There's really not a whole lot to the backstory. It's simply joint practice, got heated, fight breaks out.
Right.
And so,
did anybody get hurt?
To my knowledge, no. Nobody was hurt. It was just more the fact that, Donald got caught on camera swinging a helmet at someone.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people compared it to the Myles Garrett situation.
Nope. It's not even close.
I think it's different too.
It's different because when in training camp, those tempers are getting flared at each other, and they're not necessarily mad at each other. And I believe that because I've listened to some of these guys talk, and some of these guys are great friends now, even after the situation or something bad that happens in training camps. Some of these guys are the greatest friends in the world. They understand the heat of the battle, but that's the players. It is a lot of politically correct people that want to try to get their noses in the middle of some of these kind of things and throw their opinion on, well, he shouldn't have done that. But even to the point where he got caught with the choke move on the rookie, there's some things that happen in football, especially in training camp, but really in reality, just football. There are a lot of, kind of baby hazing going on, but really the hazing is love. It's not really much of a malicious thing. It's more of a team builder. I know it's psychologically crazy to young people today, but that's just the way we kind of did things in the old days. And I don't think Aaron Donald is probably that much young to where he didn't see or even have the little hazing things going on or whatever the case may be. And it does build team character. You just don't do that in regular public situations. And there is a difference, I think, when you're talking training camp and a game. There's to it. Now, he's going to get fined for that, by the way. If that never got out on tape or whatever the case may be and they just reported it, I don't think anything be said. It's that vision thing. Go back to Ray Rice, right, Cuervo? Everybody was just talking about it. It was no big deal until you seen it. So it kind of changed everybody's opinion about it. And since it got saw, he's going to get – but he just got paid how many million? He's like the highest paid guy in his position. So it's no sweat off his brow in reality.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, it sucks that we live in a world now where, I mean, you can get caught doing anything.
Cuervo,
and somebody's gonna find.
How many times with the military being on the front page if they allowed those cameras around in boot camp and stuff like that? I mean, we all saw. Listen, we all saw, anybody who watches your war movies, we all saw Full Metal Jacket. That kind of stuff that happened. Okay, but when other eyes get in and start throwing their opinion about whether that should or should not have happened, it's one of those things. I think it's out of bounds for people to know about that, and that's the reason why cameras and things like that and people should not be allowed in those practices.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, and it's already, when it comes to the military and basic training, boot camp, whatever you want to call it, things already have changed because of whether things were caught on camera or
caught on camera. That's about it. It's the only thing that really has changed this world is a camera on everybody's phone, and everybody's got a phone.
Even before that, though, Sonny, like, kids complaining about how they got treated and stuff, and then the Mothers of America got involved.
Uh-huh.
And so things changed where certain things are not supposed to happen in boot camp and training. And if it gets reported,
kind of shows you how hard and how much influence the women movement does have when they put their mind behind it, right? So
yeah, it does. All it takes is a little bit of complaining for things to change now today. So but yeah, it is a different setting. Going back to Aaron Donald, it is a different setting. I think that like you said, those things shouldn't be allowed to be recorded, but it's their personal device. You can't tell them what to record and not to record. It just sucks that we live in a world now, like I said, where I'm sitting right here with you and somebody could be recording me, doing this show with you right now, or if I go outside to just anywhere you go, it's like at any point in time, you could be on somebody's camera.
Yep.
Be being recorded at any point in time.
Yep.
And I think regular season versus a joint practice in training camp, huge difference. That's been the talk, though. Should he be suspended and all that stuff? And
he's not going to get suspended, but he's going to get fined. And they're And that's what they do with the fine money. They put it and throw it at charities. So, he's going to do that anyway with all that money to save a little bit. He's just going to do it through the NFL. So it's really not, and whether or not it's right or wrong, listen, sometimes there are traditions based upon a game that has been being played for the years. And yes, I know new school. Yes, I know there's a lot of stupid things that people do when it comes to sports that you look at it in the regular light, you go, what are you, just stupid? And the answer is yes. These are things that they do, but they're also team building. Believe it or not, those kind of things, that's so big time on team building. I don't know. It's just one of those things, I guess.
Yeah, it is. Like you said, though, had it never been caught on camera, nobody would think anything of it. And it's interesting. I like Pat McAfee.
Yes,
I listen to him often, and he was talking to former Dallas Cowboys linebacker, Ohio State Buckeye Bobby Carpenter.
Okay,
he had him on the show, and they were saying basically that it's like, what did you expect to happen? Okay, first of all,
it's football.
First of all, it's football, right? Number two, it's the beginning of the season, or it's the start of the season where guys are still fighting for an opportunity on a roster.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it's the defending. It's the Super Bowl teams from last. What'd you think was going to happen?
Yeah.
So, from a player's perspective, according to McAfee and Carpenter, they hate those joint practices, and they
they don't want to. Yeah,
they want nothing to do with them. So, but the coaches love it. Other personnel love the joint practices. So it's like
the NFL. The NFL loves it because then there's more stuff going on with it.
Yeah. So
more talking about the NFL. It's great.
Yeah, and these fights that break out in these joint it happens more often than we know.
Yep.
That's according to what was said.
I maybe it's because I've been in those practices. The fact that it happened, it didn't surprise me. Where it come from, maybe that kind of surprised me. But the fact that it happened, that happens every year. Maybe it might not be helmet being thrown around, but there's some big time fights that are going on in the training camps.
Yeah. I mean, it happened. Like the emotions start building fast, and like I said, whoever was blocking Aaron Donald or trying to block Aaron Donald on a play or whatever, that guy is probably a good chance he's trying to secure a spot on the team.
Absolutely.
So he's going to do everything in his power to make a case for himself. And if he can do something like, oh, shoot, I just pancaked arguably the best defensive player of the past 30 years, Aaron Donald.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's going to do whatever he can. And if it got chippy, here's what it is. I think Donald probably should have kept his cool a little bit more. But should he get fined and suspended and all that? No, I don't think so.
An interesting story based upon the NFC West. And I can go back a few years. And just what you said about this guy he got in the fighting for a job. And he knows he needs to fight for the job. And maybe he's taken a little bit too much more than he really should in reality. Right, Cuervo?
Mm-hmm.
Well, back in the day, give me a second. Back in the day, in Arizona, there was a young man that had that same thing. They hated him in practice. They loved him, but they hated him in practice because he knew he had to fight within this first 2 years that he played the NFL. He knew he had to go out there and hit harder than they probably wanted him to do. Based upon it, is this guy right here, Pat Tillman. This dude right here, they hated him in training camps. When he first came out as a rookie camp, they're like, dude, you need to slow. You're going to hurt. And they were saying you're going to hurt yourself. And more in the fact that it was really he's going to hurt somebody else. But they kind of tried to teach him. They said, dude, you're going to hurt yourself. Dude never stopped, never did it. And every training camp he went in, he was balls to the walls like he's going to play a football game. And and so that's just the kind of thing that football does. It brings that kind of thing out in you. And I see no problem with it at all. But most football, I bet you, first of all, most men probably, have no problem with it. I think all football players don't have a problem with it. However, we'll say politically correct. You shouldn't have done that, Mr. Donald.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, coulda, woulda, shoulda, right?
Yeah, coulda, woulda, shoulda. And things that what did they say? Things that happen in Vegas stay in Vegas. Now that there's cameras, that's not true anymore. Same thing. It's just made its way into the NFL now, and it's got out because we would have never heard about this probably about 5-10 years ago.
Right. And it makes me wonder too, who was the person that recorded it? Because it didn't look like it was a personnel from the team. It looks like somebody from kind of a distance, maybe went to go watch the practice or something like that.
Yep.
And fight broke out. He or she grabbed their phone and was like, "Oh, I'm going to record this and make it public, and I'm going to be cool."
I wonder how much money is in that, having the fans there. I wonder how much money. I don't know. I can't I don't intelligently talk about anything, but I know when I'm really out of my league, and this is one. I wonder how much money they make having those fans there, and if they don't make any or make enough to make it worth it, why are they doing it, kind of thing?
Great question. I would imagine they probably sell merchandise there.
Yeah, merch. Gotta sell that merch.
Gotta sell the merch. You probably got concessions of some sort there at these facilities. Not like full on like you would at a stadium, but some sort of vendors, I would think.
Something, yeah. Someone's making some money. The question is it enough to where something like this gets out, and then you got the PR nightmare of, oh God, we got to defend it, or we got to poo-poo it. But in reality, they're saying, Aaron, go ahead and do it. This is what you do. So I think there's a lot of double talk. I think there's a lot of double talk in the NFL, and it's probably one of them.
Yeah, but I thought I heard the other day somebody made a comment that to go to these, you have to purchase a ticket.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true or not.
No, you do. You have to. I don't know how much those tickets are. I don't know if they're outstanding or if they're just a price or whatever. That part I don't know. But they're making some money. And again, how much money they're making? Is it worth it? And this gets out or something else gets out or something else, is it worth it? And I wonder if they'll re-examine it now that it's Aaron Donald. And it's not just some rookie like a Pat Tillman going out there going balls to the wall on it and trying to get it done. Yeah, I got this at my desk. This is the only thing that, I got framed or something like this. This is about the cool because I lived in Arizona at the time. So I framed up the sports. This is actually the whole magazine behind the frame instead of just a picture of the front. So I have the original magazine of that one. So
it's nice.
Back in 2004. So, but all right, now that said, of course, Aaron Donald, he plays in the NFC side of the West. So we're going to go to the AFC side of the West. And the good thing here on this ranking is that you don't have to call your lady in for the last place team that I think is going to finish in last in this division.
Okay. All right.
I know she's got some mad love for Sonny now. At least he didn't pick him last, so I didn't. So I don't have the Broncos last in this division. And frankly, when I said the NFC was tough, but this division was tougher. Because you can say whatever you want about this whole division.
Very hard to pick.
This one here, a lot of teams in this division made up for losses. got some new guys, got better and ready to roll. But the team I feel is in last place, maybe in a different division, they could be in second, depending on the division and blah, blah, blah. But right now, when I just look at everything and I look at some of the improvements on the other team, I actually feel sorry for the team that I'm talking about. Someone's got to be last in the division. It just has to happen, right, Cuervo? And when you look at this one and you see all the talent on the Las Vegas Raiders, and they were just shy of making the playoffs without a head coach, although I still think to this day he should have got this job. However, how do you not say yes to Josh McDaniel? I get it. But they were literally just shy of making the playoffs. And, they made the playoffs, number 5 seed. That's right. They were the 5th. I'm thinking somebody else. They made the playoffs as the 5 seed. And you looked at the Raiders, they were a top 10 passing team last year. So you kind of think, well, Derek Carr gets that big guy into his team. You bring in Devontae Adams. Is that enough to make the step up? I looked at it and say, you look at it, maybe 3-3 for the other teams within the division, they break 500, but they got to go out and win some other football games. But the difference is there is a new coach in town. Say whatever you want about it. It may take a year, maybe 2. I don't see Josh McDaniels walking into the Raiders organization, which, by the way, is a mess to say it the best. But there is talent on this football team. But the question is will they be able to put it together, whether that's Derek Carr going to Adams? Yes, I know they were college buddy and all this. I get it. But hasn't played with Derek Carr for years, okay? So you're going from Aaron Rodgers to Derek Carr. Say whatever you want. That's a drop-off, and he will never say that in public, that being Devontae Adams. He'll never say that in public. So you got this situation here with the Raiders. You get the big guy, you get the big, signing, and yet here I still have them in 4th place within this division. When you're looking at the Raiders, what are you looking at as far as where, not where yet, but what are you looking at as far as the Raiders are concerned?
Yeah, I think the Raiders, obviously they made some big upgrades by getting Chandler Jones, trading for
that too. Yes, that was big. Arizona.
Yeah, bringing him over from Arizona, exactly. So, the only thing with the Raiders, I want to see how this offensive line is going to hold up.
That's the thing.
So, it's going to be either the curse or the gift of the Raiders this season. So, defensively, I think their secondary, not loving it, to be honest with you. So, it's hard to really pinpoint the Raiders as far as what I think about them, because
right,
you can. It's like they're all over the place. They're off. It looks good on paper. They've got talent offensively, especially skill position, with Jacobs and Adams and Renfro, Darren Waller, and all these guys that Carr can throw to and hand the ball. They're gonna release Kenyon Drake. So who's gonna be a guy to help out Jacobs when he's not playing, if he needs a breather? Who's gonna
injured, like he
if
always
he gets
is.
hurt? The Raiders are screwed at running back if he gets hurt. So, and then defensively, like I said, adding Chandler Jones, great. That's great. They needed a good pass rush. But who's going to defend, let's say when they play Kansas City in their own division, who's going to guard Juju? Who's going to guard Travis Kelce? Who's going to guard when they play the Chargers? Who's going to guard Keenan Allen? Who's going to guard Williams in Denver, who's going to guard Cortland Sutton.
Yep.
He's going to be a problem, like you said. So that's the thing about the Raiders too. It's their secondary, and that's why I'm in agreement with you. I think they're gonna finish last. Now they're still a good team. That's the thing about the division. Though,
that's why I said maybe in a different division they can end up second.
Yeah, last place team could very well be a 8 or 9 win team, but finish last. That's how stacked this division is.
Absolutely. Last year the Raiders go 10-7. A lot of places got them going 8-9. This season, but it is about the losses. You can say whatever you want. Casey Hayward, that was a loss for them, big time. Wright, the linebacker, he's gone. Corey Littleton, he's gone. Solomon Thomas, gone. The guy from Jacksonville, I can't say his last name. It starts with the Ngak. I don't even try to attempt the name. Then they lost offensive line. Richie, say whatever you want about Richie Incognito. Okay, listen, that guy's, he is, he's part of the foundation of that defense. Even with all his antics and everything else, he is still there. Marcus Mariota, say whatever you want about him, he's gone. You lose Peyton Barber, who is going to help, the running back situation as well as Jalen Richards. He's gone. So a lot of losses, but Kean, Devontae Adam, Keelan Cole, wide receiver, Brandon Bolden, running back, Demarcus Robinson, wide receiver, Jacob Holster, tight end. There's the Chandler Jones, Jonathan Hankins, defensive tackle, and Herman, safety. Then Rock Yassin. I know who that guy is. I think he's okay, but I don't think he's great. And Jalen Brown, linebacker, and Kenny Young, linebacker. And their draft class, what do they do in the first round? You got to protect your quarterback. They go offensive lineman. They get Parham, and then Zamir White, running back. Neil Farley Jr., defensive tackle. Matthew Butler. I like Matthew Butler. I think he's going to be good. Munford, and then he's an offensive lineman, and Britton Brown, offensive lineman. So they went and got some offensive linemen, but those were late round draft picks. So you never know if or whether they're going to do it. But you got to protect your quarterback if you are them. So and I was about ready to say this is where it is. 19th in defense. I think they actually get worse in reality this year because of some of those losses.
Yeah, and like you named the names, and Todd brings up a good point about sacking the quarterback, and that's probably the biggest reason they brought Chandler Jones in is to get a guy that can pass rush with Crosby. So we'll see if it's enough, though. I think that's the biggest problem with the Raiders is they don't create a lot of turnovers, like Todd said, so there's not many opportunities for them to put points up.
New school. It's a new school now. It's a new thing going on. New players, never mind coach. Probably different philosophy from what was there last year. So obviously Josh McDaniels brings his own resume with him, which shows that he didn't do very well as the Broncos. But if you also remember, the GOAT of all coaches, Bill Belichick, used to coach the Cleveland Browns. So don't forget about that. This could be the same kind of thing. Will he do the same thing, come back and be a better coach for the Raiders? That's a big question.
Yeah, normally guys, when they get a second opportunity to coach in the NFL, it winds up becoming much better situations. So this is McDaniel's second shot at it, and it'll be interesting to see how he does.
I was looking at the schedule there, Cuervo. It's basically the same. Obviously, the same schedule that the other teams are playing. But when you start reading these names off and you are the Raiders, are you a good team? Well, I don't know. Should you beat the Chargers? I don't know. But there's the Cardinals. There's the Titans. You get the Broncos in the same division, Kansas City. Like I said, if you're lucky, maybe you'll go 3-3. Maybe you'll get one of those early. But then you got Houston, Saints, Jaguars, Colts. You get the Broncos again. Then you get the Seahawks, Chargers, Rams, Patriots, Steelers in December. And then in January, you get San Francisco and Kansas City. So they got some winnable games that they should win if they are good. And then if they are going to be good, they're going to have to pull out some of those games that are going to be tough. So I won't say that the schedule is brutal, but it's going to be tough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very tough.
So not necessarily a lot to talk about as far as the Raiders are concerned. Raiders. But excuse me. But again, I just kind of wish one of these teams were in another division so we can maybe see them all. Because Todd was mentioning about how far. Think about it. All four of these teams can make the playoffs if only the division winners win in the other divisions. So you got all the division winners and the AFC West. Now, I don't necessarily see it, but, it's good to talk. It's interesting to talk about because, we've seen 3 teams make the playoffs in a division. In the AFC North, we've seen the Steelers, the Steelers, Browns, and Bengals, and a combination of Browns and Bengals, to do that. So, is it possible? I guess it is kind of possible, but I just don't expect, all 3 of them. But I think there's a good possibility 3 of them might make the playoffs in this division.
Oh, I think there's a very good chance that happens. Because we already talked about the other divisions. I don't see teams outside of the winners making the division or making the playoffs in those other divisions.
Yep. I don't think so either. It's gonna be very interesting to see how this rolls with the Raiders. New coaches, new players, got to get that chemistry. Will it be there? I'd say no. As far as that's concerned. And then I looked at the quarterbacks, and we were with Todd talking about I have Derek Carr as number 4 as far as the quarterback rankings of this. If you rank them 1 to 4, I had Derek Carr there. So, leading that to number 3 for the team. It's still not the Broncos, at least as far as me. But wait, before we do that, where do you have the Raiders in this division?
Yeah, I got them last as well, Sonny. Okay. I like the improvements they made. I don't think it's what I mean by it's not enough. Not that the guys that they brought in are good enough. It's just they only improved in certain places. They need to improve in more. They need more improvements in other places. So
right,
wide receiver, I think solid. Receiving core to include Waller at tight end, solid. Derek Carr, good quarterback. Good running back in Jacobs. They added Chandler Jones. That's great. Him and Crosby are going to be good. My issue with them is the secondary. That's, to me, I think is the weakest part of their defense. And an offensive line, that worries me too, I think.
That's really shaky. The offensive line's probably the most shaky. The defense is bad enough, but if you're not going to protect Derek Carr, Devontae Adams is useless.
Right, yeah, and making the trade if you can't protect Carr, how is he going to get the ball to Adams?
They didn't even address it, Cuervo, and that's what I found was funny. They didn't even really address it.
And it's great that they brought in Adams, and it's great that they brought in Jones. I just think they need other improvements too.
Absolutely. All right, so we got the Las Vegas Raiders in 4th place, and again, for your wife's team, I don't have the Denver Broncos in 3rd place, Cuervo, and this one goes to what you said earlier about the quarterback. I want to see more from Justin Herbert. You can write home to mama that he's the next best thing to fruit punch, and you might not be wrong. Right, Cuervo? You might not be wrong. Justin Herbert's probably going to be a really good quarterback, but is he going to be ever better than Phillip Rivers? And like it or not, he's going to get that comparison, especially if he does exactly what Phillip Rivers did while he was there. And it might not necessarily be him. But at the same time, if your organization's not run, or you, in this case, I think it's more coaching in reality. I think they need a better coaching staff, especially defensively. So in order for him to win games, you've got to be able to bring something. You can't expect Justin Herbert to have to throw for 4 touchdowns a game in order to win a game. You got to win those close games, and they don't win them. That's just the Chargers don't win close football games, low scoring affairs. They just don't. But I think, if this Herbert guy is going to be the next superstar that everybody thinks that he's going to be, Cuervo, this is the year he's going to have to actually move in and actually do it. So for the first time since 2018, at least according to what I read here, and I believe it, he's anticipated to lead the Chargers back to the playoffs. Well, I somewhat believe it on paper. I want to see it actually happen. But even if they make the playoffs, a first round bye or a first round exit isn't going to make the Chargers and the fans and the organization be anything that anybody, fears. I mean, you have Herbert, you have Keenan Allen, you have Mike Williams, you have Austin Eckler leading the offense. Okay. And you look at the Lakers, when you look at the Chargers, they have one of the NFL's best offensive groups. In reality, putting around there. I just named the names. Some of the better names that are right there. So when they strengthen, some say they strengthened the offensive line. And they went to the draft to do it. They got Zion Johnson with their first pick. And then the expectations of that being a first round pick, he's got to be impact player immediately. Question is will he be able to do it? And then the defense has got a couple of things that they're going to have to get around in order to be good. You do have the Bosa there. Say whatever you want about him. He is there. But at the same time, there's some other play. You got some good players in certain places, but you also have some other holes. And then of course, if you got to go to the backup, it could get really bad.
Yeah. And don't forget, they made a trade this offseason. The Chargers did. They had a certain guy from my Chicago Bears. But is he the same guy that he was 5 years ago?
I think Khalil Mack was a monster 5 years ago.
Is he a monster now, though? That's the thing. We could talk about 5 years ago, but it's not relevant anymore. My point is, the Chargers are an example, Sonny, of a team that it looks good on paper. That doesn't always mean it translates on the field.
Absolutely.
And so that's what the Chargers are. They're on paper, they're a playoff team. They're 12 wins if you go just based off of paper.
Right.
But like you said, I kind of question the coaching a little bit. And they can't win the close games, like you said. So that 12 wins comes down maybe at about 9, maybe 10. So
8, maybe even 8. They were 9-8 last year, Cuervo. So, and just as rightfully so, Todd mentioned, just barely missed the playoffs, but they still missed it. So in this, what have you done for me lately, NFL? Not making the playoffs is not good enough, regardless how close. What they say, close is only good in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? So you got to win some games. You got to get in the playoffs, and I think this Charger team, if they make the playoffs, they can't get that first round loss and out of it. It just takes the whole. It'll take the whole momentum out of what they did to get there, based upon kind of what I think this is a team that's got to at least make it to the second round, the second round of the playoffs, and maybe even win that one. But if they lose, at least they can say, "Hey, we got the first win under the new regime in the playoffs." That's always really good. We like to see that. But now a couple of things here. Gerald Everett. He's in as well. I like Kyle Van Noy. I don't know why I like the guy, but I love him. J.C. Jackson in. Justin Jackson gone. Andre Roberts gone. Jared Cooks. You can always replace the tight end, although he was pretty good. And Michael Schofield and Brian Bulaga from Green Bay. Now he's out of there. So the offensive tackle is gone. So they lost a couple of offensive linemen in the same thing, but they picked up offensive linemen in the draft, Cuervo. So, got to get those guys to get them ready to rock and roll. But I just don't have enough in me to say, man, the Chargers are the team to beat in this division. And that folds through when you look at the quarterback comparison. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in this division. I mean, if you just don't know football, if you think differently, okay. But Russell Wilson second over Justin Herbert, yeah, 2-time Super Bowl appearance, 1 win, and turned an organization around. Compared to a guy that's been here for 2 years, I'm going to take that experience at the quarterback position all day long, but that doesn't mean Justin Herbert's not a good quarterback or doesn't have the capabilities of being one. He's just not there yet. This is year 3, Cuervo. Now, usually quarterbacks kick off in year 4 and 5 and start really moving up the table. He is on point for year 4 or 5, and if he's going to be a superstar, he'll make the playoffs and get into the second or third round.
Yeah, I think Herbert's, for him, it's how do I describe it? It's kind of like you said, if about the Raiders, if they were in another division, if Herbert was in another division, he'd be arguably the best quarterback in a few divisions.
Depending on which one you go to, yes.
Yeah. NFC North, he'd be the best quarterback. AFC North, probably the second best quarterback behind Joe Burrow. AFC West or AFC East, best quarterback. I'd pick him over Mac Jones.
Josh Allen.
Oh, Josh Allen. Yeah, he'd be second then. I forgot about Josh Allen.
How about the NFC West?
NFC West. Let me see. So you got Stafford, Trey Lance, Kyler Murray, and
it's still Stafford probably.
Geno Smith. Well, he's definitely better than Trey Lance. Yeah. And I think he's better than Kyler Murray. I'd pick him over Kyler Murray.
I think just the potential factor of where he's at in his career compared to Kyler Murray. Now, Murray got the money, which tells you, by the way, how much some really good quarterbacks are going to be making here real soon. So watch out for that number. And Justin Herbert's going to be one of those guys that is going to get some of that money. So especially if they make the playoffs, especially if he leads them in a couple of games within the thing, he can turn around and do the Kyler Murray and say, "Give him my money now." And listen, I'll tell you right now, the Chargers will give it to him if he decides to pull that, because you don't want an unhappy Justin Herbert. He's the guy there. That guy's the real deal in reality at the quarterback position. He just needs an organization and defense that'll help him, because really in reality, Joe Burrow right now of the new quarterbacks is the real deal.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So
we'll see what the market is when Herbert's up for a contract. See what the market looks like at that point, and if he gets paid, he gets paid. If he doesn't, then obviously, something's not right.
Something's not right, or an injury that gets in the way. Because if that guy doesn't get paid, that will shock me. I mean, because he's the organization. He is the top guy there. So you're gonna have to make that guy happy, I think. So.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah. So I mean, as far as
do you have the team that I think the Chargers in third place in the division, or do you have them in a different place?
Let's see. She's not listening. No, yeah.
Where you sleep.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say the Chargers are third. I agree with you. Thing is, J.C. Jackson is gonna be out the first couple games. He decided he thought it was a good idea to wait to get a surgery done, like a minor procedure done or something like that.
I don't get that. Maybe I'm an idiot. I don't get this. Some of these guys waiting so long, like, dude.
Well, what's crazy is it's something from what I understand, it's something that he was dealing with going back to last year, and yet the Chargers still made the trade or still signed him, despite the injury that he needed a procedure done. Minor procedure. I think it was like a wrist thing or something like that.
Right.
But the point is, it's going to take time to recover. And I think the recovery time is about 2 to 4 weeks. And he just got it done this past week. So my whole point is, I just wonder if that's going to be a problem throughout the season for him. And then you got you don't know what you're getting with Khalil Mack. As much as I love Khalil Mack, he's not the guy he was 5 years ago.
Yeah,
he's just not. So you don't know what you're getting with him. Bosa's been known to deal with injuries too. So defensively, like I said, it looks good, sounds good, but I just don't know how good it's gonna stick together. So without all that being said, Sonny, it's like on paper, I want to put them in second, but the coaching and injuries that they might wind up dealing with knocks them down to third.
Interesting. So the coaching portion of it is what I'm going to talk about in this next team as well. So you need a minute or two.
Yeah, if it's time, yes.
Well, no, I can do one so you can get her. So we'll do that. What we'll do, we'll take a quick break here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. And when you'll put your little eye up when it comes back on, I know you'll be ready. So we'll go that route. And so we'll do that. We'll take the quick break here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. We'll be right back, and we'll talk about the team in second place. We'll be right back.
So you're saying I can ask this cat any question?
The cat is connected to the computer. You just type in the question, it will read his mind. There the answer comes.
You're the man! I've been looking for this for weeks.
Here at Fit Body Boot Camp, located in Saxe, the solution is here. Fast, long-lasting weight loss results and the healthy lifestyle you need to keep them. The key to your fat loss success is our signature afterburn workouts, as well as support and motivation from our world-class coaches, and an easy-to-follow nutrition program to help you keep the fat off. Visit your local Fit Body Boot Camp in Saxe today to see the difference for yourself, or give us a call at 214-463-3005. That's 214-463-3005. Fit Body Boot Camp, Saxe.
There is nothing that beats good home-cooked barbecue. Since 1941, Dickey's Barbecue has done all the cooking and you take all the credit. Come see us today at our Rowlett location, 5701 President George Bush Turnpike, Suite 110 in the Target Shopping Center. Whether you want to eat in or take it home, we will fix you up. For lip-smacking, rib-tickling, knee-slapping, foot-stomping, great-tasting barbecue, come see us at Dickey's Barbecue today.
At Wesson General Contracting Incorporated, we're your one-stop shop for all your general contracting needs. We are locally owned and with over 20 years of experience, so roofing, gutters, sidings, fence staining, painting, foundation problems, or roof damage are no problems at all. Give us a call at 214-200-5588. That's 214-200-5588. Wesson General Contractors.
Saxe Ice House is a non-smoking craft beer and beer pub located in the heart of Saxe. The Ice House was opened to provide a friendly, clean, and female-friendly environment. Saxe was lacking a place for service industry, date nights, and girls' nights, as well as happy hours. Excellent service and top-notch food are our priority. On Tuesday, we offer 79-cent wings, as well as half-price burgers on Mondays. So check us out at the Ice House located at 6501 Highway 78 in Saxe, or give us a call at 469-304-1550, or check us out on the web at saxeicehouse.com. Go Mustangs! And welcome back into the Couch Potato Sports Show. It's me, Sonny Clark, the hardest working man in sports radio, as we are here on our preview, our two-a-days of the previews of the divisions on what we think is going on. As Cuervo and I, we've covered the NFC side, got that all ready to go. Jumped into the AFC side, where we got the Raiders in the last place in the division, as well as the Chargers in third, and that's going to bring us up to the team that's going to be in second place. And as we're going to run into the next team here in just a moment when we get Cuervo back here in just a moment. That being said, of course, that's the name of the show. Starting on September 11th, that's week number 1 of the NFL. We kick off at 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll take you up until noon. Sometimes we hang out a little bit later on, depending on how well the show went or just in what we're talking about. But on Thursday, we got to get everybody signed up. For those that are going to be in on the pick'em, have got to get signed up by Thursday. I guess in reality, it needs to be no later than Saturday. You'll just be 0-1 if you're not in for the first game, and that's fine. But after that, and we want people to stay involved, even if you're in last place. Hell, Cuervo and I did it all last year. Still thinking that we could have pulled off a miracle. But I want everybody to be involved. If you miss 2 weeks in a row, we're just going to boot you right on out. Because you're not gonna be able to you're not gonna be able to come back from 30 games if you miss 30 games, or I marked that. Yeah, if you're gonna miss 32 games, depending on bye week or whatever the case may be, you're just not gonna recover for a chance to run at it or even not being last. So just to let everybody know, once you be involved, we got a lot of new guys involved with it. Looks like we're going to have about a dozen, maybe 14 people in there. In fact, I still got to get my brother logged in there to get that done. He's been working a lot. I'm just going to have to steal him for a minute and get him logged in and get him set up. But take away from that, we're all set and ready to go in reality for that. So week number 1, I will send out messages to folks to make sure that they have their first pick in on Thursday Night Football. So make sure you do that. So that is on the 8th. And then we kick it off at 9 o'clock on Sunday morning, taking you up to noon. So we're still keeping with the tradition, still doing what we normally do, having a lot of fun up on Sunday morning as we are in our 13th year. We're at the end of this season, folks. We'll be on there for 14 years, and we're gonna really no sign of stopping because we just enjoy it so much. That being said, of course, that's the name of this show, and I didn't necessarily know she was not going to be here or not. I did not. I failed. I did not make her an interest, which she definitely deserves. However, there she is. How you doing, dear?
Good. I'm back.
Doing back. Hey, see, you and I, you probably got some mad love from me because I don't have your Broncos in last place. I don't have them in third place. I have them in second place within the division. So you must have some mad love for me.
All right, I'll take second place. At least they're not last.
There you go.
Know who is last? Who's last, Sonny? Tell her who's last.
The Raiders.
They need to be last.
Now that's bonus points for you, Sonny.
There you go. All right, so there you go. And above an up-and-coming quarterback in Justin Herbert for the Chargers. So, I obviously have your team, the Broncos, in second place within the division. There's lots of reason why, but I wanted to bring you in to get your take on it because you're a lifelong Bronco fan. You've been there through the good and bad. Even my guy got some mad love, Jake Plummer, back in the day at the quarterback position. So what are you looking at as far as the Broncos are concerned going into this season and how you think they'll fare?
I think they're going to do well. I mean, we have a better quarterback than we have the last couple years.
Yep.
So I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do out on the field. He's been looking really good when it comes to practice with the guys and how they're interacting and all that. So I'm really looking forward to it. So I think they're going to do a lot better than obviously when Locke, who has never been my favorite, was there.
Right.
So I'm excited.
Yeah, and it's something new. I mean, at least you don't have. So the one of the losses for this football team was Drew Lock. I heard that you actually threw a party when that happened. Was that?
Oh my God, yes! I was so happy he was no longer a Bronco. I mean, and I like the guy. The guy. I'm sure he's a phenomenal person, but I just don't think he has what it takes to be a quarterback, and he's proving that now with the Seahawks.
Yeah.
He's proving he doesn't have what it takes to be a starting quarterback.
Not only that, up against a really bad quarterback that he's fighting the battle out with is Geno Smith. And then, and the things that come to mind when you talk quarterbacks is obviously the tradition of what the quarterbacks is, because the last good one per se that they had was Jake Plummer, and he wasn't great. But when you throw Drew Lock in there, so you didn't have any choice but laugh through the season and try to make up for it. So, so the addition of the quarterback is good. The schedule is good, in reality, except for the fact that you have to hit Kansas City a couple of times. And that's always one of the big ones. How do you think they're going to fare outside of Kansas City within the division going up against the Raiders and the Chargers?
I think they're going to do well. Like I said, in my opinion, the team that they're building around Wilson is looking more solid than the Raiders. I mean, they did well. They did well in the preseason, the Raiders, but I just don't think they have what it takes.
Nope. Yeah,
I think they're going to do better.
Yeah, I think they are, and the young with the old. In reality, you get Russell Wilson, which is and I looked at the quarterbacks. I looked at Patrick Mahomes, obviously the best quarterback, and you got a guy in Russell Wilson with 2 Super Bowl appearances, 1 victory within the Super Bowl. So that you got that going. Then you got a guy, the up and comer, hasn't proved it yet to where you can make him better than Russell Wilson. But when you look at Justin Herbert and the Derek Carr situation, the up and coming goes up against the years of not having success from from Derek Carr. So it kind of, when I looked at this division, I looked at quarterback first in reality, which you usually do. And if you got that good, solid quarterback, you got a pretty good thing going on for you. So, but as far as, do you expect the team to make the playoffs? I mean, you're looking, and I don't know if you know the schedule, but if you had the opportunity to look at the schedule, what do you think their chances to make the playoffs are?
I haven't seen the schedule yet, but I think they have a good chance. Like I said, because not only because Wilson is now part of the team, but because they're building a good team around him. So I think that they do have a better chance this season versus the past few seasons to make it to the playoffs, for sure.
Definitely. I think they do too. So now that said, now outside of football, you're a nurse.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to be able to get a lot of Sundays off to see your team play? Or are you going to be, taking care of patients at that time?
Oh, no. I usually make my own schedule. I'm usually just work Monday through Friday.
I make my own schedule.
I'm on my own time here. Usually I'm off on the weekends unless I pick up a day here and there, but I'm usually off on the weekends.
So you're all set and ready to go for football season and ready to go.
I don't know if you saw the picture, Sonny. She's got her Broncos nurse cap. So she's definitely ready to go.
I am ready.
I've seen that. Do they play the Bears this year? No, I have.
Lucky for them.
I know. Oh, that was last year. That's right. So
no, they play next year.
Next.
We plan to go to Chicago. We want to go to Chicago for the game.
Wow, interesting. That would be kind of cool.
That would be fun, yeah.
Yeah. So, awesome stuff. And so as far as just so we can get some background, but before you met this, guy here, so you weren't necessarily in nursing at the time, because I actually watched you go through when you were with him, and you're going, what did you do before you stepped into nursing?
So I was a project manager at a construction company. So I did that for quite a while. So more in the construction industry kind of thing. And then, before that, same thing, account executive for an aerospace company and, behind the desk type of stuff.
So you wanted to get behind the desk. What made you want? Are you wanting to help people? Are you trying to make a change? Or listen, and I can respect it. The pay for a nurse, depending on where you are, I hear is pretty good, depending on your experience and things of that sort. Is the move because of more financial, or is it more that you want to help the community and help people?
Both, but more because I want to help people. I want to, even if it's one person that I can make a difference for, or change their day, or if they're having a bad day and I can somehow make it better, that makes my day. So it's mainly for that. I want to help the elderly and, because I'm a hospice nurse, so I'm there through their transition and when they're passing and all that. So, I've had.
How's that affect you, by the way? They throw that, I've always asked, I always wanted to ask a nurse, how's that affect you as far on a day to day? Does it bring you down, or does it help you, give you more?
It helps me appreciate life, definitely. When you see the families, what they're going through, your patient, and especially if you build a bond with that patient and then they're gone, it makes you think about life. It makes you think about that's why I tell him I don't like to hold grudges, or I don't like it. Life is too short. Life is too short to hold on to something for so long. It's just not worth it.
Especially in your business and what you do, it changes the perspective on things that are going on. I'm glad we finally able to reel you in and get you up on the show, and so we a couple of times this year we'll bring you in, especially on some big games if you're available, and see what you think about the big games that are coming on. Or hell, join us every week. We don't care.
Yeah, sounds good. You guys have fun on your little couch potato show.
Thanks for coming along. She goes, and as she's sitting there, she rubbing you. Say, you've been on for 3.5 hours. Anyway, well, we're close to being done, so I appreciate you joining on and kicking on there. And you're more than welcome, or you want to hang, you're more than welcome. So that takes us to get to see you. And that takes us to the Denver Broncos and some of the things that I'm looking at. She pointed out a lot of things as far as obviously bringing on a Russell Wilson. It just changes the dynamic of a football team, regardless of what you thought about him in the last year and year and a half over in Seattle. He still was the superstar. There's no question. And the guy's he's got the credentials. He's got the Super Bowl appearance. He's got the Super Bowl win. So they have everything that they need to go to as far as that is concerned. Obviously, the most important position out on the football field. But the key on this, Cuervo, is when I looked at the key players, the quote-unquote key players that were lost, Teddy Bridgewater, no big loss. Drew Lock, obviously no big loss. Kyle Fuller, maybe a little bit. No. Noah Fant, I'm a believer you can find it tight end. But Shelby Harris, the defensive end, I think that was a kind of a loss for him. But the key players in defensive task, you said it, DJ Jones, and then Billy Turner, and then Russell Wilson. But they did most of the stuff here in as far as they trying to improve in the team right there in the draft.
Yeah, in the draft they definitely they didn't have a first round pick, obviously, because of the trade with Wilson. Their first draft pick though was another pass rusher, Nick Bonito. That's who they picked up, and then they did get another tight end to add depth to that position.
Dulich.
Dulich. Greg Dulich, I think his name is. So there's
and then they followed it up, kind of, if you think about it, they followed it up with a cornerback in Damari Mathis, and I think that guy's going to be a stud for them. And I don't know how they're easing him into the lineup right now, but I think he's going to be one of those impact players. And they picked him up a little bit later on in the draft. Well, they picked up more behind him, but still later in the draft. Obviously, seeing how they didn't have that first round draft pick.
Yeah, and I think they made the most of what they had as far as draft capital and whatnot. So I think like she said, building a different team around Russ to try and make a run at this division.
Right. And think about this, Cuervo. Nick Fangio, he's gone 2 years, 19-30 record. That's definitely not what the Broncos want, right, Cuervo? I mean, they want more, and Fangio wasn't able to do it. So with the acquisition of a Russell Wilson, you need to get somebody, and they didn't stop very much. They went out and got the Green Bay quarterback coach in Nathaniel Hackett to lead the team. And when I thought about this pick, I was just like, this is just stupid. I mean, why are they doing this? I mean, Drew Lock, he sucks. You can have all the quarterback coaches in the world. You need a coach. So obviously the move to Russell Wilson was something that was a very serious. They would not have went and got this guy. Obviously, with him working with Aaron Rodgers and the success that he's had, of course, last 2 years as the MVP, that just gives you almost automatic creds and being able to land this job. This should be interesting to see how the Broncos play in the division as the division is getting stronger. They didn't atypically what the late Broncos have been for the last 5 years, which is just fall behind the pack. They tried to move ahead and tried to get what they needed to do. And let's just be honest, the best quarterback that was available really out there in reality was Russell Wilson.
Yeah, and they got him. And so that's all that matters. We can talk about what they gave up and was the trade worth it? We don't know the answer to that yet. Well, we're going to find out depending on how well the Broncos do this season. Hackett, I believe,
number one, Cuervo. Week number one.
Well, I mean, they're gonna murder Seattle, but
it's like,
It's going to be a nice homecoming for Russ.
I think
going
so
back,
too.
Going back. It's funny. His first game, not as a Seahawk, is in Seattle.
Yes, crazy.
So go figure, right?
Right. Well, the NFL bringing back Watson to play the Houston Texans. You know that
in Houston.
That wasn't planned.
And then,
in Houston, yeah.
And then Baker Mayfield, because you were going to mention Baker Mayfield. Is that game in Cleveland, or is it in Carolina? That I don't know.
I think that game is in Cleveland actually. Google knows everything. So
I'm looking it up too.
Panthers game.
It is not.
It's in Carolina. Yep. So, but still, you know, the NFL has a way of doing things right. However, by the way, just to get off subject, how come they're having a Super Bowl matchup in preseason?
Great question. Yeah,
you don't have an answer to it. Neither do I. I'm like, why wouldn't that be week number 1? Why wouldn't that be Thursday night football?
Yeah, they did it a few years ago. Matter of fact, when the Broncos, when Peyton won, and Denver beat Carolina to open the season, it was Carolina at Denver.
To me, it just, I don't care what you got to do. I mean, I don't know. It just seems so dumb to me to have even the last preseason game, any preseason game where you're having a matchup of the Super Bowl. How dumb is that? It just, maybe it's just me, but back to the
say hi.
Oh, hi there! Look at that dude. I like him.
Smokey.
I like his colors. Is he a pity?
Smokey.
Is he a pity?
Yeah. He's got pity in him.
That mouth. He's got that mouth thing on.
Uh-huh.
So that being said, you know, a lot of things going on, new coaches and everything. See, and that's interesting because we got the new coach down. As far as the Raiders are concerned, I don't know how they're going to do it, you know, to put it together. But here I am with this young. But when you have the credentials of having the job to help Aaron Rodgers succeed, and he's won the last 2 MVPs, it's the automatic slap as far as creds are concerned and where they're going to go. But here's the schedule. Obviously, I'm on the wrong page. Hold on. Da-da-da-da. Because they start. There it is. All right, so the Seahawks, and the schedule sets up nice for them, Cuervo. They have Seahawks, Texans, and 49ers, and then Raiders, Colts, Chargers, Jets, Jaguars before the bye.
That Jaguar game's in London, if I'm not mistaken.
It is in London. And the funny thing about that is if this team is good as we think they are, they could be undefeated going into the bye. In reality, you got the 49ers and the Raiders really are the only, and then you got the Chargers. There's 3 games that there. If they can pull that off, they could be undefeated by that time at the bye. Following that up after the bye, it's going to be the Titans, Raiders, Panthers in November. And of course, December's tough. They always do. You're going to have a tough schedule regardless who you play. But here it is: Ravens, Chiefs, Cardinals, Rams, and then they finish it off in January against the Chiefs and Chargers. So, you know, it's starting in December. We're going to find out if the Broncos are going to be good, first enough to make the playoffs, and let alone end up second place within the division. But we always say it's all about November and December in reality. So,
yeah, Denver's going to have to, if they're going to make the playoffs, they're going to have to go into December with, let me see, if I'm doing my math right, they'll have about 6 games left, meaning they've played 11 or 10. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, 11, because it is a 17-game schedule.
17 games, yes.
So if they can go into there being about 8-3, 7-4 at worst, then they've got a shot at the playoffs. But they've got to be 8-3, 9-2 would be amazing, because you're the reality is that they may lose a couple of those games in December, January.
Yes.
You got to have that room for error, though. And if Denver goes into December 7-4, or God forbid 6-5, it's not going to look good.
It's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, not going to be pretty,
especially with the opportunities at the bump or at the front of this schedule to go in the bye, maybe only 2 losses before going into the bye. So that's huge for them, and then the whole thinking up on the defense on how they're going to have to do it. Their defense is, I don't want to say they're great, and I just want to say they're good. But the question is, will they be good enough to improve in order to hold off those teams in the front? If they do, they're going to even have to step it up even more, because during that time that they're playing well against bad football teams, they're going to have to figure out how to step up a defense in reality to stop some of these teams they're meeting in November and December.
Yeah, well, and what's good for them is I think at every level they've got a a good tier player. So what I mean is, like, up front, they got Randy Gregory, who they brought over from Dallas. That whole debacle with the contract,
right?
Then Denver won the deal. Bottom line, at linebacker, that would be where they probably are the weakest. But I think they still have. Oh shoot, I can't think of that now. But and then secondary wise, I think they're solid too with Surtain, Justin Simmons.
Yes.
So I just think linebacker might be their only weakness as far as defense. But I mean, linebackers, those guys, they're plug and play.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, depending on who they are, definitely. So now looking at when I was looking at this, when you bring in a Russell Wilson, you gotta have the weapons, right? Cuervo, you got if you're gonna do this, you're gonna have to have a good one. Say whatever you want. I think Cortland Sutton's going to get at least 1,300 yards this year. He is going to be your guy, I think. Everybody's talking about Jerry Jeudy, and I don't know enough about him to say that he's going to be better than Cortland Sutton. I think he's going to be there. But the rest of it, Cuervo, Tim Patrick, love him. And then, of course, you got KJ Hamler. I like him too. And Darius Shepard, I think, are going to be guys that are going to be consistently, working with Russell Wilson to develop some chemistry out on the football field. Brandon Johnson as well. So they got a pretty good depth at the wide receiver, and they need that kind of thing.
Yeah, you need depth. Because again, for the past couple of years, Denver's been dealing with it. Matter of fact, Tim Patrick's out for the season for them. So
I did not know that.
Yeah, so they're already behind when it comes to wide receivers.
And and by the way, Johnson actually sprained a high. It's a high ankle sprain, so they got to watch him for the next 6 weeks. So it will probably all depend on how they do within. You got 6 weeks. You're gonna have to baby him throughout the rest of training camp, so he can be ready by maybe week 2, maybe week 3 of the NFL.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now you're talking about Josh Johnson, the backup quarterback, because we didn't watch the game last night.
No, Brandon Johnson.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, you brought up, and we'll jump off case here because I grabbed this up. I got to find it. It is I'm in the wrong section. It's a file that I thought was really interesting. Bam! Take a look at this. Bam!
That is quite the journey.
The pinball quarterback.
Yeah, that's quite the journey, man. I tell you.
You want to talk about a journeyman wide receiver or a quarterback? It might be the pure definition of it. Unbelievable.
Yeah, bouncing around. That's lightly. That's saying it lightly.
That's saying it very lightly. So he's in there. So we both probably have Denver second place. And something might happen a little bit later on. By the way, next week is the change week. So other guys that are going down getting injured might change your idea where guys are going to be. So I obviously have the list here, and we can make the changes that we always sometimes do, and we always live to regret it. I don't think we've ever done that where we were like, man, that was a great idea. I don't think it ever worked out for us in reality. So Denver in second. So, and that leads us to Kansas City. Obviously, both of us think they're going to win this division, and it's just a different level. I mean, we talked about good football teams, right? And these three teams, they're actually good football teams. But when you got a Patrick Mahomes, when you got a guy that has won a Super Bowl as early as he has in his career and has a command of the offense, and they actually respect the kid, it's a total different. Then you add on Andy Reid. Then you add on one of the best owners in the NFL. Why is they the best owners? Because instead of playing around, they just gave Patrick Mahomes money. They didn't play around with it. They didn't cause any problem. They said, here, just take $500 million. And that's what they did. They said, here, take $500 million. You're going to be happy. You're going to be the highest guy. And then all of a sudden things change. But they did the right thing at the right time, which was the most important thing about it. And even though other quarterbacks now are making more money than Patrick Mahomes, you're not listening to Patrick Mahomes complain about it. He's out there, he's playing football, he's trying to win football games, he's getting paid enough, and he's happy with that. He knows he's going to get another payday later on down the road. So this $500 million will turn into $1 billion. Watch out for him. He will be with that superstar, especially if they would get within the next 3 years, get another Super Bowl victory. I think they'll make another Super Bowl within the next. I think they'll make 2 Super Bowls within the next 5 years. They'll win one of them, and that's going to lock him in forever. And he's going to go nowhere if the Chiefs obviously are smart. And I hate just to look at the quarterback position and say he's just that much better, and it almost doesn't matter what the defense does. Why? Because they did it all last season, Cuervo. They started off the season with a crappy defense. They ended up the season, and what's his name? He used to coach the Giants on the defensive side, whipped them into shape for the second half of that football season, and they had a great run going into the playoffs.
Yeah, you're talking about Steve Spagnuolo.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you right now, that guy should get the half-year coach of the year award on the defensive side of the ball, because it was pathetic. The first 8 games of the season, it was not pretty. Yeah, and Patrick Mahomes didn't look pretty because he felt like he had to make plays. And the difference between Patrick Mahomes is he can play crappy for the first 6 games of the season and then tear it up later on, as long as he gets a little help. And that's what Spagnuolo did for him. I don't know if he's still there. And if he's not, that could be a problem. We can find out. Google knows where he is. And if they lost him, that would be really bad. The Spagnuolo, here he is. Football coach. He is still in Kansas City. So that is good for them. So, watch out for that. So, past teams he coached for. Where's he? Maybe I'm wrong about this. Okay. Yep, he's still in Kansas City. So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
When you got a guy that can whip the defense up and get it ready to go. And you know what? It's going to happen again this year. I think Kansas City will probably drag a little bit on the defensive side until they figure out, because of the new additions of the young cats coming in up off the draft and so things like that. And then they got to feel it out in their own division, one of the toughest divisions, and how they're going to win football games, mainly within their own division, so they can at least secure that playoff game, regardless if they're at the top or get the bye.
Well, I think Kansas City's defense might take a step back. Well, I think overall they're going to take a small step back. They're still going to win the division, but it's going to be that close. Like that, it's going to be like it's going to go down to week 17, 18 for that division. I'm telling you. So
I hope you're wrong for their sake. And I think they're going to wrap this up fairly quickly because I think they're just that much better. I think they'll be ready to roll, and they'll know they'll be in the playoffs by week 15.
I think, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying they're not going to win the division. Kansas City will win the division. It's just
but you said week 17.
It's not going to be like it was before,
right?
Not only did the other teams improve, but I think Kansas City's worse off this year. Okay,
right.
I think people are going to be shocked at how different the offense looks without Tyreek Hill. And it's just going to show how important he was to Kansas City. And I'm not saying that they made a mistake trading him. I'm just saying they did not make a mistake trading him. They did the right thing trading him. At the same time, though, I think we're used to Kansas City being high-flying, all I did was go grab a glass of water, and it's they put 21 points up. What the hell happened? So,
glass of water. You're so full of crap. It's unbelievable. You mean the adult beverage I went to?
Well, that is going to happen, and come week 1, I will show you my glass. I'll be drinking adult beverages out of during the season.
Well, just real question, Tyreek Hill. I mean, is this addition by subtraction? I mean, whenever you lose a Tyreek Hill, it's going to affect the offense. And as much as Tyreek don't want to believe it, he was a good 50% of that offense, whether they were using him as a red herring or actually get him the damn ball. Wrong one. This was one that shows him where he went, but this is the thing you sent me, and I'm just like, no, they didn't throw you to the side like you were trash. What, I don't understand where this guy is coming from. Again, I mean, this guy was so part of the offense. He caught more balls than he ever did, more targets than he has ever had. I mean, I don't know how you feel this way. Listen, I like Tyreek Hill. He's no Terrell Owens. I mean, listen, T.O. wanted the ball, got the ball, but he's not. He's great. The ability of what he can bring, I understand why he wants the ball, but you're talking about Andy Reid. Okay, this is not the young generation of quarterback head coaches in there that are probably going to put it into Tyreek's hand. All right, you're going to a team. You're going from a team from Andy Reid. Andy Reid wants this somewhat balanced, if he could possibly do it, and not just be a one-dimensional team with one quarterback going to that one guy. He wants 3 or 4 guys to throw the football to. Obviously, bringing in Juju is going to be one of those things, and some other guy. And you got Kelsey, and sometimes you can talk yourself out of a job, and I think that's what happened in Kansas City. This guy talked himself out of a job and got his ass traded, and now he's sitting down there in Miami where they think Tua is going to be the second coming, and it's just not going to work for him.
Yeah, I think what it really comes down to as well is just the fact that Kansas City couldn't afford to pay him.
That too. Well, hold on. Yes and no. They could afford to pay him, but the money that he was asking for was something that they weren't willing to put out there for him. Maybe it could have been a different wide receiver, but not for him. Listen, Kansas City's not afraid to throw money at people. Look what they did. I mean, they threw $500 million at Patrick Mahomes. If this guy was worth the money he was asking for, they would have gave it to him. And that also tells me something about it. You're talking about an organization that's not afraid to spend money, but when this guy said, yeah, give me some more, they said, yeah, we'll give you some, but not that much. And that's what ended up happening here. And what they're saying is we can win another Super Bowl without you. We can't do it without Patrick Mahomes. And this is the reason why he's butthurt.
Yeah, no, that is why. I think that's basically what it comes down to is he's mad because he didn't get his money in Kansas City, and I mean, it was an easy decision to trade him. And I think because the front office was like, yeah, let's just do it. And to Tyreek Hill, maybe it was like, oh, it was an easy choice for you guys to make.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it wasn't.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't an easy choice to just say, we're going to trade away arguably the most dynamic receiver in the game right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're just gonna let him go like it's nothing. I don't think that was the case, Sonny. I think it was.
They wanted to keep him obviously at their number, and they were willing to throw a good number at him, and that just number didn't coincide with what Tyreek thought that he should get paid, and that's one. Realizing your worth, I completely get it, because you can say whatever you want. He got his money in Miami, actually. Wait, did he get more money in Miami or did he get less?
He did. No, he got an extension.
Okay, so he got the extension. Okay, so he got
right.
So
trade.
He knew his worth, but his worth just wasn't in Kansas City. And listen, people have to change jobs all the time because of money. Guess what? That's just part of life. Yeah, would you like to stay there and maybe win another Super Bowl within the next 4 years, which is not in the real eyesights of the Miami Dolphins right now, regardless if they got Tyreek Hill or not. So this is a complete and utter butthurt thing that when you see this here, it tells you exactly what it is.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. Now I'm looking at Kansas City's contracts right now.
Uh-huh.
And there's a reason why they couldn't pay this guy. All right. Patrick Mahomes, average salary, $45 million.
Yeah,
Chris Jones, defensive tackle, average salary, $20 million. Orlando Brown Jr., $16.6 million. Joe Thuney, guard, $16 million. They're paying two offensive linemen over $15 million a season.
Yeah. And that is an insurance policy, baby.
And not only that,
that's an insurance policy that you want to make sure you pay the premium.
Yeah, and not just that, but Travis Kelce is also getting paid.
How much is he making?
Travis Kelce, his salary is $14.3 million.
Listen, that's getting paid, man. I'm telling you, it's just unbelievable. Interestingly enough, Cuervo, this division, outside of Kansas City, Kansas City's going to make the playoffs. It's a crapshoot. You're hoping you're throwing the for your team to make the playoffs, but it could very easily end up having 3 teams within the playoffs. So that's part of it too. So this is going to be an interesting division of football as far as that is concerned. So
extremely interesting, Sonny. And again, let me make it clear. I do think the Chiefs will win this division, but I don't. They're not going to blow teams out like they used to. Yeah, it's just not going to happen anymore. You're not going to see that Chiefs team no more. That those days are gone. Do you
think Tyreek now? Would you say that if Tyreek was still there, or you think the loss of Tyreek is that much of an impact to where they're not going to call this and be it done by week 15?
Offensively, absolutely, it was that much of an impact. Defensively, though, I say that they're not going to blow teams out, and it's not going to be pretty like you normally would see from the Chiefs.
Right.
Because defensively, like I mentioned earlier, Traverse Ward leaves. He signs with the 49ers. Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger, he leaves. He signs with the Saints.
That you know what? I forgot about that loss. I forgot that he left.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, they've lost some guys on the defense.
Yep.
And so there was one other guy too. I'm trying to remember now, but
I lost my page. I had that whole thing on the Chiefs. I just lost that page. I don't know if I closed it out or by accident or what, but I had all that information. Doggone it.
Well, again, I said, losing Tyreek, Byron Pringle comes to Chicago. They lose. Like I said,
Here it is. I got it. I accidentally closed it out. So on the list for Kansas City, their losses with Darrell Williams, the wide running back, Tyreek Hill, Pringle, the wide receiver. That's kind of a little bit. DeMarcus Robinson, another wide receiver. Mike Reimers, offensive and Kyle Long, offensive guard. So those are the ones that I have on this list as far as loss. But the addition: Ronald Jones, running back; Jerick McKinnon, running back; Corey Coleman. Listen. You want to talk a dark horse in the NFL at the wide receiver position? Watch out for Corey Coleman. Okay, this is the former Jet, the former Baylor Bear. Watch out for him. I think he's going to get a lot more attention from Patrick Mahomes and a lot of Juju's going to listen. Juju's I'm just going to say it. I don't care if Bryce gets mad. Juju Smith-Schuster is one of the most overrated wide receivers in the NFL. Sorry, he is. And I don't know if he can get better with a Patrick Mahomes. We'll find out. But I just think he's completely overrated in reality.
Yeah. I mean, and that's why they only signed him to a 1-year deal, $3 million.
That was another thing. If that guy was worth a damn, if he was worth a damn, that guy would have now taken one step out of Pittsburgh. And the problem is that he wasn't able to carry the load after Antonio Brown left. And that's the reason why they let him go. And that's the reason why he's sitting on another football team today. If he was able to be the guy to take that step to be Antonio Brownish, he would still be in Pittsburgh helping, the new young quarterback that's going to be over there, your young Mitchell Trubisky, try to score some touchdowns.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing how the Steelers know when to get rid of somebody, except Ben Roethlisberger, because it's hard to get a quarterback. But every other damn position, they're not afraid to just let them cut loose.
Same thing with New England.
That too.
They were doing the same thing.
Wow. Oh, wait. Yeah. Multiple Super Bowl champions, multiple right there, 1-2 on Super Bowl wins. Yeah.
They know what they're doing.
They know what the hell they're doing. You're right. So, so that's the two-a-day.
That's the two-a-day.
So next week is just
Amnesty Day.
This. Let's just see if this works, So, but
it's Amnesty Day for us.
Yeah, we gotta say we want to reevaluate something. I don't know, man. I think I feel pretty good about mine. Because like I said, every time we make a change, it's never I don't think whether it's a pick in a football game or pick on who's going to finish, it never works out. So watch out. We're going to have Houston winning that division down in the AFC South. Watch out. Someone's going to take it.
Yeah.
so anyway, that's all I got, my man. Is there anything you got?
Nothing I could think. I mean, that's what we're here for. We came to do our two-a-day.
Knocked it out.
We got it done. 4 hours.
Yeah. That's how easy it is. Oh, here, boom. Guys that moved around. Who do you think out of this? I don't know if you can see it. Hopefully you can.
I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who do you think is going to be the most successful with their move?
The most successful with their move. Now we're not talking fantasy football. We're talking reality.
No, just football. In general. The guy that's going to make that team much better. Listen, they don't even have to make the playoffs, but I mean, because like Tyreek Hill, he could turn that team around. They might not make the playoffs, but they're going to be better than they were last year, kind of thing.
Right. But I think the one that's going to make the biggest impact, I'm going to say I lean towards AJ Brown in Philadelphia.
Wow. Yeah.
I think he's something that the Eagles have been waiting to get, hoping to get. And now they have a dominant receiver that Hurts can throw to.
Right.
And I think that's going to be all the difference for them.
I feel bad for one of them, and that's Amari Cooper.
Yeah,
I just you want to talk about someone being thrown to the side, right, Cuervo? I mean, if anybody can have that statement, that's Amari Cooper, because that's exactly what that. Now, don't get me wrong; they paid him a good amount to chew him up and spit him out. But that's not the point. That guy should feel bad. So I hope it is Amari Cooper. I don't think it's going to be Amari Cooper. I think it's going to be Devontae Adams, but I don't know if that defense is enough in the Raiders to keep them, in games to where they can win them. So that's right. By the way, one more. Just take a look at this. I want you to look at these numbers. This is the most 300 passing yards. Drew Brees on top, and all those names right there. Some great names, and they're interestingly enough. The guy that is winning by a long shot, not by little, but a long shot. Never won the MVP, Cuervo.
Yeah,
Never
this
won
is true.
The
MVP. It's hard to believe, but
when I saw that and I realized, because it came to me, I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And I went away from it. I sat down. I was like, wait a second, that guy's never even won the freaking MVP. It's like, really? Yeah, and
I don't see how. I don't see how it didn't happen, but it didn't.
I think it was the year Cam Newton. I think Cam Newton won it one year when he was doing really well. So I think Cam is the curveball on one of them. I don't know about the others, but I'm almost sure Cam Newton took it away from him. In one year.
I thought that the year that he broke the passing yards in a season, when he broke that record, I thought for sure he'd win it.
Do you remember who won it?
No, I don't. And I'd have to.
I don't think we'll be able to find that one as easy. Sometimes Google knows everything, but sometimes you got to click and find out. But the year that he went those, well, I guess we could just find out the year that he threw those, and then find out who the MVP was that year.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you looking up? And I'll do the other.
I'm looking for the season.
Okay.
Season passing yards.
And then I'll do MVP winners. So you'll find out the year. I'll have the MVP. Oh, by MVP years. MVP winners by year. There we go. And that should do it. There we go. Well, that's NBA. Well, I better put NFL.
It was the 2011-2012 season.
2011 and all right, so let me click this button. It goes down. Guess who won it? The guys won the last 2 years.
God, you got to be kidding me.
I'm not.
Makes me
wait.
sick.
What year was it?
2011 to 2012.
Okay, so that's considered the 2011 season. So that was Aaron Rodgers. Crazy enough, the next year, your boy Adrian Peterson won it the year after that. So, and then 2015, I know he was going up against Cam Newton. And then Matt Ryan in 2015 grabbed it up. That's the other guy. In 2015, because he went 2 years where he was like, what was his stats in those years? 2015, 2016. You got the stats?
For Drew Brees?
Yeah.
I can get them.
This one's actually interesting.
So, what year are we talking, Sonny?
Let me hit that. 2015.
So, is that 14, 15, or 15?
No, 2015, 2016. But in the stats, it should in that like pro stat thing, it should be just the year. Let's see here.
Okay. In 2015, He threw for 4,870 yards, 32 touchdowns, 11 picks.
Jesus, you got to be kidding me.
2016 is when he he threw for 5,208 yards.
Right. That was in 2016. All right. So 2016 winner was Matt Ryan. So Matt Ryan grabbed it from him.
Yeah.
And so 2015 was Cam Newton, and he threw for 4,800 yards. But here, this is the crazy thing. Drew Brees threw for 5,069 yards, 34 touchdowns, 2008. So in 2008, it was your boy Peyton Manning that stopped him from winning that one.
Mm-hmm.
Those were some big time yards. In 2012, one, and that was Adrian Peterson. Adrian Peterson beat him out. Wow.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, he had the 2,000-yard season that year, coming off the ACL tear. So it was kind of one of those things.
Those and then of course 2008. And even in 2006, Cuervo, he threw for 4,400 yards in 2000 and let's see, 44
that was his first year with the Saints.
Yeah, his first year with the Saints in 2006, and the guy who won the MVP in 2006 was another one of your favorites, LaDainian Tomlinson.
Wow.
Yeah, so I mean, Drew Brees, man, God, threw his ass off, couldn't win the damn MVP, lost it to two freaking running backs. Like, damn, can't catch a break.
But you know what, though? I think Brees is going to be the exception to that whole argument about, is he a first ballot Hall of Famer? Oh, no, he's not because he never won the MVP. Ain't nobody going to care about that. Brees is a first ballot.
I'm telling you right now, if he doesn't get in on the first ballot, everybody needs to make sure whoever's in charge of letting people vote, just take all those people out of there, because it's
nothing but It's nothing but like beat writers.
Yeah,
or not beat writers, but the big name writers that get these votes, and people can scream at me all they want. If you get emails about it, I apologize in advance, but I kind of don't. These guys never played down football in their life.
Absolutely,
they get to vote who's a Hall of Famer and who's not.
That should be with a bunch of people who played the damn game and know which way it's going to year after year after year.
Funny, here's an idea. You know who should vote for Hall of Famers?
Hall of Famers.
In the Hall of Fame? Hall of Famers.
Absolutely.
Guys that wear the jacket.
Yeah.
Those guys should get in. Yeah, I don't know if Frank Gore would get in, though. So, we'll see. And if you want to break it down even more, let's say when Frank Gore is eligible, you have all the running backs that are in the Hall. Yes or no? They're like a panel.
There you go. I don't know.
I mean, doesn't that seem kind of easy?
Here's the thing, and this is what I know. This is not what I think I know, Cuervo. This is what I know. There's not anybody in the NFL is going to say anything bad about Frank Gore. No one's going to do it. Okay? No one's going to come out. The only person that will do it and has done it just recently, blasting the Hall of Fame, is Deion Sanders. It's the only one that has come out. Look it up in a Google search, put it in the Hall of Fame, Deion Sanders, see what he's saying. He's saying it's becoming watered down and it's weak. And when
is
Frank
he wrong?
No, he's not. I don't think he is. I think there's some guys that don't need to be in there. That's why I think the Hall of Fame needs a Hall of Good. Let me rephrase that: the Hall of Very Good. So they can feel like they're Hall of Very Good. They're just not great, and there's nothing wrong with that. And that's the point. Frank Gore's not great. Frank Gore's good. He might even be very good. The guy has never been great. So, but in the whole realm of looking at the MVP and who should do it, I love Dion coming out and blasting the picking the way it goes. It's really, yeah, he's been actually talking about it a lot. So I'm down here in Dallas, I hear a lot of Dallas crap. So at least it's down here, they're talking about it. So, but that's an we should probably talk about it sooner or later. And I'll keep the Frank Gore blasting down to a minimum.
Have at it, Sonny. You know I'm all about it too.
Yeah, I had to get that in. Last week I felt bad. I didn't even get, it was 2 weeks before that. I didn't even get a Frank Gore shot in. So there you go.
I'll have to find a meme and send it to you so we can use it.
Definitely.
When Frank Gore, when he comes up in conversation, we can just show that.
All right, my man. We're all good. Go to your lady so she doesn't beat me up later.
And she will.
Yeah, I know. She gave you a couple elbows there, saying "Hurry the hell up." So
she'll beat you up, but through me.
Right? Yeah, sense. Absolutely. That's Sonny Clark. That's all my friends. That's Sonny Clark. Yeah, that's me. So, all right, my man. We're out of here.
Yes, sir.
I've been playing around with the graphics. I've been having a lot of fun. This one's this one's a new one. We're out of here. Enjoy that graphic out. We'll be back.